In the beginning, there was nothing. Not darkness, not emptiness, not even the concept of space waiting to be filled. Just nothing. And then, a voice. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Tonight we're going to walk through the entire book of Genesis together. Not rushing, not skipping, just letting the story unfold at the pace it deserves. This is going to take a while. Hours, actually. We're going to meet the world's first family. Watch civilizations rise and fall. Follow a dysfunctional clan of shepherds as they stumble their way toward becoming a nation. And we're going to linger on the details. The boring, beautiful, sleep-inducing details. If you find comfort in slow, thoughtful stories that give your mind a place to rest, I'd be honored if you subscribed. Now, let's go back to the very beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the opening line. Simple, declarative, no preamble. But let's sit with what that actually means. The earth, at this point, is formless, void. The Hebrew word is tohu wabohu, a phrase that sounds like what it describes. Chaos, emptiness, a swirling, undefined mess. Say it out loud, and you can almost hear the chaos in the syllables themselves. Darkness covers the deep, not the darkness of night, not the darkness of a closed room, just darkness, absolute, total, the kind that makes the concept of seeing irrelevant because there's nothing to see and no eyes to see it with, and the Spirit of God is hovering over the waters, not standing, not sitting, hovering. The Hebrew word is rachaf, like a bird suspended over its nest, wings beating slowly, waiting, brooding over the surface, and then, let there be light. Not a gradual dawn, not a slow brightening, not the pink and gold of sunrise creeping across a horizon. Light, instant, total. Imagine being in absolute darkness your entire existence, if existence even applies. And then suddenly, violently, beautifully, there's light. Not sunlight, mind you. The sun hasn't been created yet. We're still 3 days away from that. Just light. Pure, sourceless, all-encompassing light, flooding into everything. And God looks at it, examines it, considers it, and calls it good. The Hebrew word is tov. Good, pleasing, functional, right. And then he separates it, light from darkness, day from night, the first binary, the first distinction, the first this, not that. It's the beginning of order, categories, definition. Evening comes, morning comes, day one. Now God turns his attention to the waters. Remember, everything is still wet, formless, fluid. It's all water and chaos and undefined space. No beaches, no shorelines, no distinction between up and down. So God creates an expanse. Arakia in Hebrew, something beaten out, like metal hammered thin. A dome, if you want to be literal about it. A vault, something to separate water from water, water above, water below. And in between, sky. He calls it heaven, or the heavens, depending on your translation. It's not the heaven where God dwells, not the eternal realm. It's just sky, atmosphere, the thin layer of air that will eventually cushion the earth, the place where birds will fly and clouds will form and weather will happen. It's the second layer of order imposed on chaos. First light, then space, evening, morning, day 2. Day 3 is a busy one. First, God gathers the waters below into one place. He speaks, and the waters obey. They rush together, converging, pooling. Seas, he calls them, oceans. And suddenly, inevitably, there's dry ground. Land emerges from beneath the waters, mud, silt, rock. The bones of the earth exposed for the first time. The water has boundaries now, edges, coastlines that will one day feel the crash of waves and the pull of tides. Earth, dry land, solid ground. But land by itself is just dirt, just empty, lifeless soil. So God speaks again. Let the earth sprout vegetation. And it does. Plants burst forth, grass, herbs yielding seed, trees bearing fruit. Not gradually. Not over millennia of slow evolution and natural selection. Just suddenly, the earth is green. Think about that first moment. The first blade of grass pushing through soil that's never known a root before. The first tree standing alone on a hillside that's never had shade. Fruit forming on branches that have existed for less than a day, swelling and ripening in fast forward. Each plant contains seeds, tiny packages of information, instructions for replication, a built-in system for continuation, the world's first copy-paste function written into DNA. God looks at all of it, the seas gathered into their places, the land stretching out brown and solid, the green growing things covering everything, and calls it good. Evening, morning, day 3. Now we get the sun, and the moon, and the stars. You'd think these would come earlier, right? Light on day 1, but the actual light source is on day 4. It's one of those delightful quirks of the text that keeps scholars busy and commentaries thick. But here they are. God makes 2 great lights, the greater one, the sun, to govern the day, the lesser one, the moon, to govern the night. And then, almost as an afterthought, the text adds, He makes the stars also, as if stars are just bonus decor, ambient lighting for the night sky, a trillion burning balls of plasma scattered across the universe like glitter. These lights have jobs though, specific functions. They're for signs, for seasons, for days and years. They're the universe's first calendar system, the original clock, the way ancient farmers will know when to plant and when to harvest, the way sailors will navigate, the way lovers will mark anniversaries and priests will calculate festivals. Think about the sun hanging in space for the first time, burning, radiating, nuclear fusion churning in its core, already ancient, even though it's brand new, already the center of everything, and the moon, pale and cold, reflecting light it doesn't generate, and the stars, impossibly distant, already sending photons on journeys that will take millennia to reach Earth. Evening, morning, day 4. Now the world gets loud. God fills the waters with living creatures, fish, whales, everything that swims and glides and darts through the deep. And He fills the sky with birds, everything that flies and soars and hovers on the wind. The text says, God created the great sea creatures first. The tanonym, a word that can mean whales, serpents, sea monsters, or dragons, depending on who you ask and what translation you're reading. Imagine the ocean, silent and still for 4 days, suddenly churning with life. The splash of a whale breaching for the first time. The click and whistle of dolphins communicating in languages they've never spoken, but somehow already understand. Schools of fish moving in perfect synchronization, turning as one, a silver flash in the deep. And above, the sky fills with wings. Birds that have never flown before somehow understanding thermals and air currents. Migration routes encoded in their tiny brains, even though there's nowhere to migrate to yet. They just know. God blesses them. It's the first blessing in the Bible. Be fruitful and multiply, He says. Fill the waters, fill the sky, reproduce, spread out. Make more of yourselves. It's a command, but also an invitation. A built-in drive toward abundance. Evening, morning, day 5. Day 6 is split into 2 acts. First, the land animals. God speaks, and they come into being. Livestock, cattle and sheep and goats. Creatures that crawl, insects and reptiles and everything that moves close to the ground. Wild beasts, predators and prey, massive and tiny, fierce and gentle, each according to its kind. Think about the first lion, yawning in the sun, muscles rippling under golden fur, no prey to hunt yet, but instincts already sharp, the intelligence in its eyes, the power in its paws. The first elephant, massive and grey, trumpeting into an empty savanna, ears like sails, trunk curling and exploring. The first snake, sliding through grass that barely knows what sliding means, scales catching sunlight, tongue flicking, tasting the air. It's a world suddenly full of sound, roaring, chirping, buzzing, howling, rustling. The earth is packed now, crowded with life, and God looks at it all and says it's good, but he's not done. Now comes the moment, the crescendo, the pinnacle. God says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Us. Our. The text doesn't explain that. Scholars have theories, plural of majesty, like a king using the royal we. Divine counsel, God speaking to his heavenly court. Foreshadowing of the Trinity. Take your pick. But the point is, this is different. Everything else was spoken into existence. Let there be light. And there was light. Let the earth sprout vegetation. And it did. But humanity gets a different treatment. God forms the man from the dust of the ground. Picture it. God kneeling in the dirt. Hands working clay like a potter at a wheel. Dust. Dirt. The same stuff the animals walk on. The same stuff that will stick to your feet when you walk barefoot. Nothing special about the material itself. But then God breathes into the man's nostrils. The breath of life. Not a word. Not a command. A breath. Intimate, personal, close. And the man becomes a living being. A nephesh in Hebrew. A soul, a self. A person with consciousness and will and the capacity for relationship. His name is Adam, which literally just means man or human. It's also a play on Adamah, the Hebrew word for ground or earth. He's literally Mr. Dirt, Mr. Human, every man. God places Adam in a garden, Eden, a place in the east, the text tells us, though east of what is anyone's guess. The text pauses here to describe the geography with surprising specificity. A river flows out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it divides into 4 rivers. The Pishon, which flows around the land of Havilah, where there's gold, and the gold is good. Also bdellium and onyx stone. The Gihon, which flows around the land of Cush. The Tigris, which flows east of Assyria. And the Euphrates. It's weirdly specific, like a real estate listing for paradise. Like the author is trying to ground this mystical place in real geography, even though we can't quite map it today. The garden has trees, lots of them. Every tree that's pleasant to look at and good for food. Imagine walking through it, the shade dappled and cool, fruit hanging heavy on branches, the smell of blossoms and earth and growth, and in the middle of the garden, 2 special trees, the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. We'll come back to those. God gives Adam a job, work the garden and keep it. Even in paradise there's work, not toil, not drudgery, not the back-breaking labor that will come later, just purposeful activity, cultivation, stewardship, tending, pruning, caring, work as it was meant to be. And then God gives him a rule, 1 rule. You may eat from any tree in the garden, every single one, except the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Don't eat from that one, because when you eat from it, you will surely die. It's the first prohibition, the first boundary, the first don't. And it's weirdly generous if you think about it. Hundreds of trees to choose from, thousands of fruits, apples and figs and pomegranates and fruits that don't even have names yet. all yours, all permitted, just one off limits. But Adam is alone, and God says, it's not good for the man to be alone. It's the first thing in creation that's labeled not good. Everything else has been good, good, good. Light is good, land is good, plants are good, animals are good. But loneliness, not good. So God decides to make a helper, a partner, a companion suitable for Adam. But first, he brings all the animals to Adam. And Adam names them, every single one. Imagine the parade. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Sparrows and eagles and hummingbirds. Beetles and butterflies and ants. Elephants and mice and everything in between. And Adam standing there, assigning names, choosing syllables, deciding what sounds fit which creatures, creating language in real time. You're a horse, you're a dog, you're a hippopotamus. It's the first act of human creativity, the first exercise of dominion. But none of them are suitable helpers for him. None of them are equal. None of them can talk back, challenge him, walk beside him as a true partner. So God puts Adam into a deep sleep, not a nap, a deep supernatural unconsciousness. And here's where it gets surgical. God takes one of Adam's ribs, or side, depending on how you translate the Hebrew, and closes up the flesh where it was. From that rib, he fashions a woman, not from the dust this time, from Adam himself, from his side, from his body, part of him, yet distinct. When Adam wakes up, God presents her to him, and Adam, seeing her for the first time, breaks into poetry. It's the first recorded human speech, and it's a love poem. This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. In Hebrew, it's even better. Isha, woman, from Ish, man. A wordplay, a linguistic unity, the Bible's first pun, and it's about marriage. The text adds a note here, almost like a narrator's aside, zooming out to make a universal point. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. It's the institution of marriage, embedded right here in the creation narrative. Before sin, before cities, before anything else. Leave, cleave, become one. And then, one final detail. And the man and his wife were both naked, and were not ashamed, not embarrassed, not self-conscious, not aware of vulnerability or exposure, just existing, together. In perfect, unself-conscious intimacy, evening, morning, day 6. Day 7 is different. No creating, no forming, no speaking things into existence. God rests. He doesn't need to rest, obviously. He's not tired. The creator of the universe doesn't get fatigued, but he rests anyway. He blesses the 7th day and makes it holy. The word holy means set apart, different, special, consecrated. The Sabbath is embedded into the fabric of creation itself. Rest isn't an afterthought. It's not a concession to human weakness. It's foundational, built into the rhythm of the universe. 6 days of work, 1 day of rest. Think about that. The universe's first week ends not with a bang, not with a final act of creation, but with silence, with stillness, with God simply stopping, enjoying what he's made, delighting in it, resting in it. It's a pattern, a template, a gift. Now the serpent. The text introduces him casually, like he's been there all along. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other beast of the field that the Lord God had made. Crafty, cunning, shrewd. In Hebrew, arum, which, delightfully, sounds suspiciously similar to arum, the word for naked from the previous verse. Word games, even here, even in the setup for humanity's fall. The serpent talks, which is already strange. But neither Adam nor Eve seemed surprised by this. Maybe all the animals could talk. Maybe speech was just normal in Eden. The text doesn't say. He approaches the woman, Eve, though she doesn't have that name yet. Did God actually say, "You shall not eat of any tree in the garden"? It's a small distortion, a subtle twist. God said they could eat from every tree except one. The serpent makes it sound like God said they couldn't eat from any tree at all. He's reframing the prohibition as deprivation, rather than as one boundary among abundant freedom. Eve corrects him. She knows the rule. We may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but God said, "You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the midst of the garden, neither shall you touch it, lest you die." Interesting, she adds something. Neither shall you touch it. God didn't say that. He just said, don't eat. She's building a fence around the rule, adding extra protection. Or maybe she's misremembering. Or maybe Adam told her a slightly different version. We don't know. The serpent smiles. If serpents can smile. "You will not surely die," he says. Direct contradiction. God said, "You will surely die." The serpent says, "You will not surely die." He continues, "For God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." And there it is, the temptation. Not just try this forbidden thing, but become more than you are. Bridge the gap. Be like God. Eve looks at the tree, really looks at it. The fruit is good for food. It looks delicious, ripe, perfect. It's pleasing to the eye, beautiful, attractive, and is desirable for gaining wisdom. The serpent's promise echoes in her mind. Knowledge, understanding, enlightenment. She takes the fruit. We don't know what kind of fruit it is, by the way. The text never says. Apple is a medieval invention. It could have been anything. Fig, pomegranate, some fruit that doesn't exist anymore. She takes it, and she eats. The text is remarkably understated here. No thunder, no earthquake, no immediate consequences. She just eats. And then she gives some to her husband, who's apparently been standing right there the whole time, silent, watching this entire conversation unfold. And he eats too. No argument, no hesitation, no wait, should we think about this? He just eats. And immediately, their eyes are opened. Not physically. They could see before, but now they see differently. They realize they're naked. Not physically different than they were 5 minutes ago. They were naked before, but now they're aware of it. Self-conscious, exposed, vulnerable. The shame isn't in the nudity itself. It's in the awareness, the loss of innocence, the knowledge of vulnerability. They sew fig leaves together, quickly, clumsily. The world's first clothing, itchy, awkward, insufficient. Fig leaves, if you've ever touched them, are rough. They don't stay together well. They're a temporary solution to a permanent problem. Then they hear it, the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. Think about that phrase. The cool of the day, evening, when the heat breaks, when there's a breeze, the most pleasant time. God is walking, casually, like he does this every day, like this is routine. His footsteps on the path, the rustle of leaves, the presence they used to run toward. Now they run away, and Adam and Eve hide among the trees, the same trees they were supposed to be caring for, the same trees whose shade used to be comfort and now is cover. God calls out, "Where are you?" He knows where they are, obviously. He's God, omniscient, all-seeing. But he asks anyway, because the question isn't about location. It's about relationship. It's an invitation to come out, to confess, to explain. Adam answers from behind the trees. I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. Afraid. That's new. Fear of God used to mean reverence, awe. Now it means terror, dread. God's response is gentle, almost sad. Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you not to eat? 2 questions. The second one, rhetorical. He knows the answer. Adam doesn't answer directly. Instead, he deflects, passes the buck, shifts blame. The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me fruit of the tree, and I ate. Notice that. He blames both Eve and God in one sentence. The woman, not my wife. Distance and detachment. Whom you gave, as if God is ultimately responsible for this whole mess. She gave me fruit, as if he had no choice, no agency, no will of his own. And I ate. The only honest part, tacked on at the end. God turns to Eve. What is this that you have done? Eve, taking a page from Adam's playbook, shifts the blame. The serpent deceived me, and I ate. At least she admits being deceived, but she still doesn't take full responsibility. No one takes responsibility. Everyone points to someone else. It's the first human pattern that will repeat throughout all of history. The first evidence that something fundamental has broken. God turns to the serpent first. No questions for the serpent. No invitation to explain. Just judgment. Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and above all beasts of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. Snakes, apparently, used to move differently. Used to have legs, maybe, or at least moved in some way other than slithering. Now they crawl, eat dust, lowest of the low. God continues, there will be enmity between the serpent and the woman, between his offspring and hers. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. It's cryptic, but it's the first hint of something larger, a future conflict, a future wound, and a future victory. The first glimmer of what theologians will later call the proto-evangelium, the first gospel. Then God turns to Eve. I will surely multiply your pain in childbearing. In pain you shall bring forth children. Not a prescription, a description. This is what the world will be like now. Childbirth, which should be pure joy, the creation of new life, will now be agony, blood and sweat and screaming, risk and danger. Your desire shall be contrary to your husband, but he shall rule over you. Relationships, which should be partnership and mutual delight, will now be struggle. Power dynamics, competition, control. The Hebrew word for desire here is interesting. It's the same word used in the next chapter when God tells Cain that sin's desire is for him. It's not romantic longing. It's a desire to control, to dominate. And the response? Domination in return. He shall rule over you. It's not how things should be. It's how things are now. Finally, God speaks to Adam. Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree of which I commanded you. You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Notice, the ground is cursed, not Adam himself, but the ground he works. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. Work, which was meant to be purposeful and fulfilling, becomes toil, backbreaking, frustrating. The ground resists. Weeds grow, thorns cut. Nothing comes easy anymore. By the sweat of your face you will eat bread, until you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Death, previously an abstract warning, now a guarantee. You came from dust. You'll return to dust. The cycle is set. birth, life, death, decay. Adam names his wife Eve, Chava in Hebrew, because she will be the mother of all the living. It's a strange moment for naming, right after the curses, but it's also an act of faith. She will be the mother of the living, not the dead. Life will continue. God makes garments of skin for them. Actual clothes, animal hides, leather, better than fig leaves, more permanent, more protective. But to make garments of skin, something had to die. An animal, the first death in the Bible. Blood spilled to cover shame. Then God says something strange. Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. The serpent's promise was true, in a twisted way. They do know good and evil now. They're like God in that specific sense. But it's not the enlightenment they hoped for. It's the burden of moral awareness without the wisdom to handle it. God continues, "Now, lest he reach out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever." He doesn't finish the sentence. Instead, he acts. He sends them out, east of Eden, away from the garden. Paradise isn't destroyed. It's just closed, locked, off limits. And he places cherubim, angelic beings, guardians at the entrance, along with a flaming sword that turns every direction, to guard the way to the tree of life. Adam and Eve walk east, into a world that's suddenly much harder than it used to be. The soil harder to work, the relationships harder to navigate, death waiting at the end. Adam and Eve have children. First, Cain. Eve says, "I have gotten a man with the help of the Lord." There's hope in that statement. Pride, maybe. She's created life, participated in the divine act of making. Maybe this is the promised one, the seed who will crush the serpent, the one who will make things right. Spoiler, he's not. Then Abel is born. The text doesn't record her words this time, just the fact of his existence. Abel. Hebel in Hebrew, a word that means breath or vapor, something fleeting, temporary. It's an ominous name. The text doesn't dwell on their childhood. It jumps straight to their careers. Abel becomes a keeper of sheep, a shepherd, out in the fields with the flocks, tending, protecting, watching. Cain works the ground, a farmer, following in his father's footsteps, toiling against the cursed soil, pulling up thorns, planting seeds, hoping for a harvest. In time, Cain brings an offering to the Lord, fruit of the ground, produce, grain maybe, vegetables. The text doesn't say the first fruits or the best, just an offering. Abel brings his offering too, the firstborn of his flock, the fat portions, the best parts. God looks favorably on Abel's offering, but not on Cain's. The text doesn't explain why. It's one of those maddening silences that keeps commentators busy. Was it the quality? Abel brought the best. Cain just brought some. Was it the heart behind it? The attitude? The faith? Was it the type of offering? Blood versus bloodless? We don't know. What we do know is that Cain is furious. His face falls. The Hebrew says it literally. His face fell. His expression darkens. Anger and resentment settle in. God notices. Of course he does. Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? Then he says something remarkable. If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. It's a warning, gentle but firm. Sin is crouching, like an animal, a predator, waiting, patient. Its desire is contrary to you. It wants to control you, master you, but you must rule over it. You have a choice. You have agency. You can resist. Cain doesn't listen. He says to Abel, "Let's go out to the field." It's casual, innocent sounding. like brothers going for a walk, and when they're alone, far from witnesses, Cain rises up against his brother and kills him. The Bible's first murder, brother against brother, the first spilling of human blood. God comes to Cain. Where is Abel, your brother? An echo of where are you from the garden. Another question God already knows the answer to. Cain's response is defiant, flippant, mocking. I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper? It's a play on words. Abel was a keeper of sheep. Cain's asking if he's supposed to keep his brother like Abel kept his flock. The answer, of course, is yes. We are our brother's keepers. That's what it means to be human, to be family. God's answer is devastating. What have you done? A pause. The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. Blood has a voice. It cries out. It demands justice. God curses Cain, not directly, like he cursed the ground, but consequentially. The ground, which opened its mouth to receive Abel's blood, will no longer yield its strength to Cain. He's a farmer who can't farm. His vocation is stripped away. He'll be a wanderer, a fugitive, restless, never settled, never home. Cain's response isn't repentance, it's self-pity. My punishment is greater than I can bear. He lists his complaints. You've driven me from the ground. I'll be hidden from your face. I'll be a fugitive. And whoever finds me will kill me. He's afraid of blood vengeance, eye for an eye. Someone will do to him what he did to Abel. God's response is unexpected. He marks Cain, a sign of protection. Not punishment, protection. If anyone kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. Cain's life is protected, even in his guilt, even in his curse. Cain goes away from the presence of the Lord, east of Eden, further east than his parents went. He settles in the land of Nod, which literally means wandering. The wanderer settles in the land of wandering. It's almost poetic. Cain has a son, Enoch, not to be confused with the later, more famous Enoch, who walks with God and doesn't die. This Enoch is just Cain's son. Cain builds a city, the first city mentioned in the Bible, and he names it after his son. It's an act of legacy building, permanence in the face of wandering, a name that will outlast him. And then the text gives us a genealogy. Enoch has Irad. Irad has Mehujel. Mehujel has Methushel. Methushel has Lamech. We're 7 generations from Adam now. Lamech takes 2 wives, Ada and Zillah. This is significant. It's the first recorded polygamy. Adam had Eve, 1 man, 1 woman. Now Lamech has 2. The pattern is breaking down. Ada has 2 sons, Jabal and Jubal. Jabal becomes the father of those who dwell in tents and have livestock, the nomadic life, the pastoral tradition. Jubal becomes the father of those who play the lyre and pipe. Music, art, culture. Civilization is forming. Specialization, trades, beauty alongside survival. Zillah has a son too, Tubal-Cain. He's the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. Metalwork, tools, weapons. Technology is advancing, but Lamech also does something else. He kills a man, and then he boasts about it to his wives. It's the Bible's first poem after Adam's love song, and it's about murder. Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. If Cain's revenge is 7-fold, then Lamech's is 77-fold. Violence is escalating. Cain killed in anger. Lamech kills in retaliation and brags about it. The world is getting worse. Back to Adam and Eve. They have another son, Seth. Eve says, God has appointed for me another offspring instead of Abel, for Cain killed him. Appointed, granted, given. Seth is the replacement, the do-over, the hope after tragedy. Seth has a son, Enosh, which means man or mortal. And here, the text says something beautiful, something that breaks through the darkness. At that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. Worship, prayer, calling out to God is the first glimmer of hope since the exile from Eden, since the murder of Abel. People are reaching back toward God. Then we get another genealogy, but this one is different. This one is tracked carefully. This one matters. Adam's line through Seth. Adam lives 130 years and has Seth. Then he lives another 800 years and has other sons and daughters. He dies at 930 years old. Seth lives 105 years and has Enosh. Then he lives another 807 years. He dies at 912. Enosh lives 90 years and has Kenan. Then 815 more years. Dies at 905. The pattern continues. Long lives, many years. Generations stacking on top of each other. Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared. And then we meet Enoch, the one who's different. Enoch lives 65 years and has Methuselah. Then he walks with God for 300 years. Walks with God. The same phrase used for Noah later. Intimate, close, daily companionship. And then, he was not, for God took him. He doesn't die. Not exactly. He just leaves. Translated. Removed from earth without passing through death. It's the Bible's first departure from death, as the universal human ending. The first hint that death doesn't have to have the final word. The genealogy continues. Methuselah, the oldest man in the Bible, lives 969 years. Then Lamech, not the violent Lamech from Cain's line, a different Lamech. And Lamech has a son, Noah. He names him Noah, saying, "Out of the ground that the Lord has cursed, this one shall bring us relief from our work and from the painful toil of our hands." Relief is coming. Hope is rising. But first, things have to get much, much worse. Now the earth is filling up with people. And the text says something strange. Something scholars have debated for thousands of years. The sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any they chose. Sons of God. Who are they? Angels? Descendants of Seth's line? Ancient kings who claim divine status? Tyrants? Fallen beings? The text doesn't clarify. It just states it as fact and moves on. God says, "My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. A lifespan limit, or a countdown to judgment, or both. The Hebrew is ambiguous. The Nephilim are on the earth in those days, and also afterward. Giants, mighty men, men of renown. The text mentions them almost in passing, like everyone knows what they are. And then this. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Only evil, continually. Not occasional sin, not moral complexity, not good intentions mixed with bad execution, just constant, pervasive wickedness. Every thought, every intention, all the time. And God regrets. The Hebrew word is nasham, to be sorry, to grieve, to change one's mind. The Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. Grieved him. God is grieving, heartbroken, the Creator mourning his creation. It's one of the most devastating verses in Scripture. God, filled with sorrow. He decides to blot out humanity, wipe the slate clean. And animals too, birds, creeping things, all of it. For I am sorry that I have made them. But then, one sentence, one man, one exception. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. Noah is a righteous man, blameless in his generation, which, given his generation, is saying something. It's a low bar, but he clears it. He walks with God, like Enoch did before he was taken. Intimate, close, daily companionship. Noah has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The text repeats the problem. The earth is corrupt, filled with violence. God looks at the earth, and behold, it's corrupt. All flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. So God speaks to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Not a negotiation, not a warning, a declaration, a decision already made. But then, make yourself an ark. Here's where the text gets wonderfully, precisely, meticulously boring. Build it out of gopher wood, or cypress, or pine. The Hebrew word gopher only appears here, so we're guessing. Translators throw up their hands and just transliterate it. Gopher wood, whatever that is. Make rooms in it, compartments, separate spaces for different animals maybe, or storage, or living quarters. Cover it inside and out with pitch. Gopher, in Hebrew, tar basically. Waterproofing, sealing every seam so water can't get in. Imagine the smell, hot tar, sticky, acrid, getting on your hands and clothes and never quite washing off. The dimensions, 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high. A cubit is roughly 18 inches, the length of a forearm from elbow to fingertip. So we're talking about 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, 45 feet high. For context, that's about 1.5 football fields long, longer than most modern cruise ships were before the 20th century. It's not a boat, not in the traditional sense. No sail, no rudder, no way to steer. It's a floating rectangular warehouse, a giant wooden box, 3 stories tall. Make a roof for it, finish it to a cubit above. Some kind of opening for ventilation maybe. Put a door in the side. 1 door, 1 entrance, 1 exit. Make lower, second, and third decks. 3 levels of living and storage space. God tells Noah the plan. I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. No ambiguity, no room for misunderstanding. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. 8 people. That's it. That's who survives. And animals. Bring 2 of every sort into the ark, male and female, to keep them alive through the flood. Also, bring food for everyone. Store it up. Grain for the herbivores, whatever the carnivores will eat, water, supplies. And Noah did this. He did all that God commanded him. 1 sentence, but it contains a lifetime of obedience. The text doesn't tell us how long it took to build. Noah is 500 years old when his sons are born. He's 600 when the flood comes. So somewhere in that century, he builds. Picture it. An old man, in a world with no precedent for rain. The text later says it had never rained before. Building a massive wooden structure miles from any body of water. His neighbors probably think he's insane. Hey Noah, what are you building? A boat. A what? A big floating box. For a flood. What's a flood? A lot of water, falling from the sky. Blank stares, but he keeps building. Day after day, year after year, decade after decade. Cutting trees, dragging massive logs, measuring, cutting planks. Fitting them together with wooden pegs and joints. Sealing every seam with pitch that smells like tar and sticks to everything. His hands rough and scarred. His back aching. His muscles moving through motions they've repeated thousands of times. And all the while, the world around him continues. People marry, have children, go about their lives, buy and sell, build houses, plant crops, unaware or uncaring. The text says Noah was a preacher of righteousness. He warned them, told them what was coming. They didn't listen. Then God says, "Go into the ark, you and all your household, for I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation." The time has come. The waiting is over. Take 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and his mate, 7 pairs. 1 pair of the animals that are not clean, male and female. 7 pairs of the birds of the heavens also, to keep their offspring alive on the face of all the earth. For in 7 days I will send rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living thing that I have made I will blot out from the face of the ground. 7 days, 1 week to get everything loaded and ready. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. So they come, the animals. Picture the parade, the procession, the impossible logistics. Lions walking calmly beside lambs, bears and deer side by side, snakes slithering alongside eagles that could eat them, all moving toward this massive wooden structure that Noah built. They come in 2 by 2, or 7 by 7, male and female, just as God commanded. It's a miracle. It has to be. There's no way Noah could have gathered them all himself. They just come, drawn by something. Instinct, divine compulsion. The same voice that called them into existence now calling them to survival. Noah is 600 years old. In the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, that's the day, the fountains of the great deep burst forth. Underground reservoirs, aquifers, water that's been beneath the earth's crust since creation. It erupts, explodes upward, and the windows of the heavens are opened. The water that's been above the sky, separated on day 2, now comes down. Rain, not a drizzle, not a storm, a deluge, a cosmic unmaking. The flood begins. It rains for 40 days and 40 nights. Think about 40 days of rain. Constant, unceasing, thunderous. The sound of it on the roof of the ark, deafening, relentless. The flood continues for 40 days. The waters increase. They lift the ark high above the earth. It rises, floats, no longer resting on the ground. The waters prevail. They grow mightier and mightier. They cover the hills, then the mountains. 15 cubits deep over the highest peaks. About 22 feet of water over the top of Everest, if Everest existed then. Everything dies. Every living thing on the face of the ground. Birds, livestock, beasts, all the swarming creatures, and all mankind. Everyone who had the breath of life in their nostrils. Everyone on dry land died. The text is emphatic, repetitive, driving home the totality of the destruction. He blotted out every living thing that was on the face of the ground, man and animals and creeping things and birds of the heavens. They were blotted out from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those who were with him in the ark. Imagine being inside. The sound of rain on the roof, constant, thunderous, the ark creaking, rocking, floating on currents you can't see or control. The smell, oh the smell. Wet wood, wet animals, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Lions and sheep and elephants and rabbits and birds and reptiles, all in close quarters, all producing waste, the noise, roaring, bleating, trumpeting, squawking, hissing, and the work, constant back-breaking work, feeding them all, watering them, cleaning out stalls and cages, 8 people, trying to care for representatives of every species on Earth. It would have been exhausting, overwhelming. The smell alone would have been unbearable. And outside, silence. The silence of a world drowning. The silence of death on an unprecedented scale. No human voices, no laughter, no crying, no sounds of life. Just water, endless water. And inside the ark, the sounds of survival. The waters prevail on the earth for 150 days. 5 months of floating, drifting, waiting, no land in sight, no way to know where you are or where you're going, just water to the horizon in every direction. Then God remembers Noah. Not remembers like he forgot, remembers like he acts, like he turns his attention back to preservation rather than destruction. He makes a wind blow over the earth. The waters begin to subside. The fountains of the deep are stopped. The windows of the heavens are closed. The rain stops. After 40 days and 150 days of water, it finally stops. Slowly, gradually, the waters recede. In the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark comes to rest. It touches something solid, scrapes, settles, on the mountains of Ararat, somewhere in that range. We don't know exactly where. They're still surrounded by water, but they're no longer drifting, no longer at the mercy of the currents. They're grounded. 2.5 months later, in the 10th month, on the 1st day, the tops of the mountains become visible, peaks emerging from the water, like islands, like the reverse of creation, when dry land first appeared. 40 days after that, Noah opens the window of the ark, the window he built into the roof. He opens it and looks out, and sends out a raven. It goes back and forth, flying out, flying back, out, back. It doesn't land, just keeps flying until the waters dry up. Then he sends a dove, gentler, smaller, more likely to return if it can't find a place to rest. But the dove finds no place to set its foot, nowhere dry, nowhere safe. So it returns to him in the ark. He reaches out his hand and brings it back inside. He waits 7 days, a week, patience in the face of impatience, sends the dove out again. This time it comes back in the evening. And look, it has a freshly plucked olive leaf in its beak. Olive trees are surviving, growing, putting out new leaves. Life is returning. He waits another 7 days, another week, sends the dove out a 3rd time. It doesn't come back. It's found a place to land, a place to nest, a place to live. In Noah's 601st year, in the 1st month, on the 1st day, essentially New Year's Day of his 601st year, the waters are dried from off the earth. Noah removes the covering of the ark, the roof maybe, or just a section of it. He looks out, and the surface of the ground is dry. But God doesn't tell them to leave yet. They wait. Another month and 27 days. Can you imagine? Being able to see dry ground, but being told to stay inside. The patience required, the obedience. Then finally God speaks. Go out from the ark, you and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. Bring out with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, birds and animals and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, that they may swarm on the earth, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. So Noah goes out. His sons go out, his wife, his sons' wives, and every beast, every creeping thing, every bird, everything that moves on the earth. They go out by families, species by species, the ark emptying. Imagine that moment, stepping onto solid ground after more than a year inside. The smell of fresh air, real air, not the close, stale, animal-heavy air of the ark. The feel of earth under your feet, solid, stable, still. The sight of a world washed clean, empty, quiet, waiting to be filled again. Noah builds an altar. The first thing he does, the first altar mentioned after the flood, maybe the first one he's ever built, or maybe one of many. He takes some of every clean animal and every clean bird. This is why God told him to bring 7 pairs of the clean ones, so there would be some to sacrifice without endangering the species. And he offers burnt offerings on the altar. The smell rises, burning meat, smoke curling up into a sky that's been empty of such offerings for over a year. And the Lord smells the pleasing aroma He says in his heart, a private thought, a divine resolution, I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the intention of man's heart is evil from his youth. Note that the reason for the flood, mankind's evil, is still present, still true. Human nature hasn't changed, but God's response has. Neither will I ever again strike down every living creature as I have done. While the earth remains seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. It's a promise, unilateral, unconditional. The cycles will continue. The rhythms of creation will persist. Seasons will turn. Day will follow night. Never again will everything be destroyed. God blesses Noah and his sons. Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. An echo of Eden, a restart, a second chance for humanity. But things are different now. The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth and every bird of the heavens, upon everything that creeps on the ground and all the fish of the sea. Animals will fear humans now. The easy companionship of Eden is gone. The parade into the ark was an exception, not a new norm. Now there's distance, wariness, dread. Into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. Meat is now permitted, explicitly. Before, in Eden, it was plants, green plants for food. Now, everything that moves can be eaten. And just as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. But, one restriction. You shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. Blood is sacred. Life is in the blood. Don't consume it. And whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image. Human life is especially sacred, image bearers of God. Murder demands justice, blood for blood. It's the institution of capital punishment, right here, right after the flood. Then God establishes his covenant with Noah, with his sons, with every living creature that came out of the ark, with you and with all future generations. Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the livestock, and every beast of the earth with you, as many as came out of the ark. It is for every beast of the earth. The covenant. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood, and never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. And the sign of the covenant. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. A rainbow. Not created in that moment. Refracted light has always worked this way, bending through water droplets in the air, but now assigned meaning, given purpose, made into a symbol. When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When God sees the rainbow, he remembers his promise, his commitment, his decision to preserve rather than destroy. When you see a rainbow, you're seeing God's reminder to himself. Never again. Noah plants a vineyard. It's one of those details that feels almost mundane after everything we've just been through. The flood, the ark, the covenant, the rainbow, and now. Noah plants a vineyard. He tends it, waters it, watches the vines grow and curl around their supports. Eventually, they produce grapes, heavy clusters of purple fruit hanging in the sun. Noah makes wine, and then he drinks it. Too much of it, apparently, because he gets drunk and lies uncovered in his tent. Ham, his son, sees his father's nakedness, and instead of doing the decent thing, covering him quietly and moving on, he goes and tells his brothers. Like he's excited about it, like it's gossip. Shem and Japheth take a garment. Walk backward into the tent so they won't see. Cover their father. When Noah wakes up, hungover presumably, he finds out what Ham did, and he curses Ham's son, Canaan. Not Ham himself, Canaan, his grandson. Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be to his brothers. It's harsh, disproportionate maybe, but it sets up centuries of tension between the lines of Shem and Canaan. Noah lives 350 years after the flood. He dies at 950 years old. 950 years of life, spanning from the ancient world before the flood to the new world after. He saw everything change, and then he died. Now, the whole earth has one language and the same words. Think about that. Everyone speaking the same tongue, the same vocabulary, the same grammar. No translation needed. No misunderstanding due to language barriers. Total linguistic unity. As people migrated from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they settled there. Shinar, later called Babylon, later still Iraq. It's flat, fertile, perfect for building. And they say to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. Bricks instead of stone. Bitumen, tar, for mortar instead of regular mortar." This is significant. In most of the ancient world, you built with stone, quarried, cut, stacked. But in Mesopotamia, there's not much stone. It's alluvial plains, sediment, mud. So they innovate. They make bricks, clay shaped and fired in kilns, and they use bitumen, the same pitch Noah used on the ark, to hold them together. It's clever, resourceful. And then they say, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth." A city, a tower, a name. Notice the motivation. Lest we be dispersed. God told them to fill the earth, spread out, multiply across the globe. They're doing the opposite. Clustering, consolidating, building upward instead of outward. The tower's top will reach the heavens. Or at least, that's the plan. Not literally reaching heaven where God dwells, just really tall, impressive, a monument to human achievement. A ziggurat probably, the kind of stepped pyramid temple that will dot Mesopotamia for millennia. Think about the construction process. Thousands of people working together, mixing clay, shaping bricks, firing them in massive kilns that belch smoke into the sky, hauling bricks up ramps, layer after layer, level after level, the tower rising slowly, casting a longer shadow each week, the city growing around it, houses, markets, streets, all speaking the same language, all working toward the same goal, unity, ambition, pride. The Lord comes down to see the city and the tower that the children of man are building. Comes down, as if he has to descend from heaven to get a good look. It's ironic. They're building a tower to reach heaven. God has to come down to see it. And he says, "Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them." It's not a compliment. It's a concern. Human unity without divine direction leads to human autonomy, self-sufficiency. The Tower of Babel is humanity saying, "We don't need God. We can reach heaven ourselves." God says, "Come, let us go down," and they confuse their language so that they may not understand one another's speech. Let us. The same plural from creation. Let us make man. Now, let us confuse their language. And he does. Suddenly, catastrophically, people can't understand each other. Imagine being mid-sentence and the words coming out of your mouth are gibberish to the person next to you. You're trying to say, "Pass me that brick," and they're staring at you like you've lost your mind. You try again, different words. Still nothing. They respond. You don't understand them either. Panic spreads. Confusion. Frustration. The construction stops. How can you build a tower when you can't coordinate? When you can't give instructions or receive them? The project collapses, not the tower itself. That probably stood for a while. But the project, the dream, the unified effort. So the Lord dispersed them from there over the face of all the earth, scattered. Exactly what they were trying to avoid. And they left off building the city. Therefore, its name was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. Babel. It sounds like the Hebrew word balal, which means to confuse or to mix. But it's also the Hebrew name for Babylon, the great city, the mighty empire. And from there, the Lord dispersed them over the face of all the earth. The table of nations follows. It's a genealogy, a long one. And genealogies, let's be honest, are not the most thrilling parts of the Bible. But this one matters, because it maps out how the post-flood world gets populated. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Sons were born to them after the flood. First, Japheth's line. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. These names will become peoples, nations, geographic regions. Gomer's descendants will settle in the north. Magog too. Madai, the Medes. Javan, the Greeks, essentially. From these, the coastland peoples spread in their lands, each with his own language, by their clans, in their nations, languages, plural, because of Babel. Then Ham's line, the sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. Cush becomes Ethiopia. Egypt is, well, Egypt. Put is probably Libya. Canaan is the promised land, before it's promised to anyone. Cush's sons include Nimrod. And here the text pauses to tell us about Nimrod. He was the first on earth to be a mighty man, a warrior, a hunter, a king. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. His kingdom begins in Babel, yes, that Babel, then extends to Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. From that land, he went into Assyria and built Nineveh, and Rehoboth-ir, and Calah, and Resen. All these names will matter later. Nineveh will be the capital of Assyria, the enemy of Israel, the city that Jonah doesn't want to preach to. Egypt's descendants are listed: the Ludim, the Anamim, the Lehebim, the Naphtuhim, peoples who will populate North Africa and the surrounding regions. And Canaan, remember, he's the one Noah cursed, has descendants too. Canaan fathered Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Archites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathites. All the ites. All the groups that will occupy the land of Canaan before Israel arrives. Afterward, the clans of the Canaanites dispersed, and the territory of the Canaanites extended from Sidon in the direction of Gerar as far as Gaza, and in the direction of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. Sodom and Gomorrah. Those names should ring a bell. We'll get to them soon. These are the sons of Ham, by their clans, their languages, their lands, and their nations. Finally, Shem's line. Shem, the oldest, or the youngest. The text is ambiguous, but the most important for our story. To Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the elder brother of Japheth, children were born. The father of all the children of Eber, from which we get the word Hebrew. This is the line that matters. This is the line that will lead to Abraham. The sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. Elam, Persia, essentially, Ashur, Assyria, Aram, Syria. Arpachshad's line continues, through Shelah, through Eber. To Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. Divided? The scattering, the dispersion at Babel. Peleg's name means division. He's born right around the time everyone's splitting up and speaking different languages. And his brother's name was Joktan. Joktan has 13 sons. The text lists them all. They settle in the hill country in the east. These are the sons of Shem, by their clans, their languages, their lands, and their nations. These are the clans of the sons of Noah, according to their genealogies, in their nations. And from these, the nations spread abroad on the earth after the flood. The scattering is complete. Humanity is divided by language, by geography, by clan and nation. But through one line, Shem's line, God is working, narrowing, focusing, moving toward a specific family, a specific man. We're about to meet him. His name is Abram. Later, God will change it to Abraham. But that's the next part of the story. For now, we rest here, in the aftermath of Babel, in the spreading of nations, in the waiting. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah lives in Ur of the Chaldeans, southern Mesopotamia, near the Persian Gulf, a thriving city with temples and markets and sophisticated urban life. He has 3 sons, Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Haran dies, young, in his father's presence, in the land of his birth. The text doesn't explain why, just he dies. Abram marries Sarai. Nahor marries Milcah, who's Haran's daughter. So Nahor marries his niece. Family trees get complicated quickly in Genesis. And here's a detail that will matter. Sarai is barren. She has no child. That's not just a medical fact. In the ancient world, it's a tragedy. A woman's value is tied to her ability to produce heirs, and Sarai can't. Terah takes Abram and Sarai and Lot, Haran's son, Abram's nephew, and they set out from Ur. They're heading to Canaan. That's the plan. But they get as far as Haran, a city named after Terah's dead son, coincidentally, and they settle there. Terah lives to be 205 years old, and he dies in Haran. Now the Lord says to Abram, and this is one of the most important moments in human history, go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. Go, leave, depart from your country, your homeland, the place you've always known, from your kindred, your extended family, your support system, from your father's house, your immediate family, your safety net, to the land that I will show you, not to Canaan, not to this specific place I'm telling you about now. Just go. I'll show you when you get there. It's a call into the unknown, into uncertainty, and then God makes promises. I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. A great nation, from a man whose wife is barren, a great name. For a nomad who's about to leave everything familiar, a blessing to all families of the earth. Universal scope from one particular man. It's the Abrahamic covenant, the foundation of Israel, the promise that will echo through the rest of the Bible. So Abram goes, as the Lord told him. He's 75 years old, not a young man setting out on an adventure, a senior citizen uprooting his entire life. He takes Sarai his wife and Lot his nephew, and all their possessions and the people they had acquired in Haran. All their possessions. Let's sit with that. This isn't a backpacking trip. This is moving a household. Tents. Enormous goat hair tents that take a dozen people to set up. cooking equipment, tools, clothing, supplies, livestock, sheep and goats and cattle and donkeys, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and people, servants, workers, an entire community that depends on Abram for employment and protection. Picture the caravan, dust rising from hundreds of hooves and feet, the smell of animals and sweat, the sound of bleating sheep and shouting men and creaking cartwheels, the slow, grinding pace of moving an entire estate across hundreds of miles of desert and scrubland. It takes weeks, maybe months. Every day, the same routine. Wake, pack, move, unpack, set up camp, sleep, repeat. The sun beating down, the nights cold, the constant work of keeping everyone fed and watered, and every step taking you farther from everything you've ever known. They set out to go to the land of Canaan, and they come to the land of Canaan. Abram passes through the land to the place at Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. This is important. The land God is promising, it's occupied. It's not empty. It's not waiting for them. Other people live here. Nations, cities, established populations. The Lord appears to Abram, not through an angel, not in a dream. The Lord himself appears, and he says, "To your offspring I will give this land." Your offspring, your descendants, the children you don't have yet, from the wife who can't conceive. Them. I'll give it to them, not you. Them. Abram builds an altar there. The first altar mentioned in his story, a place of worship, a marker. Then he moves on to the hill country east of Bethel. He pitches his tent between Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. He builds another altar and calls upon the name of the Lord. Abram is living in tents, not houses, tents. Think about what that means. No permanent address, no foundation, no walls to keep out the wind and rain, just canvas and rope and wooden poles. A structure that can be taken down in hours and moved. You're always aware of the weather, the heat, the cold, the sound of wind snapping the fabric. Everything you own has to be portable, nothing fragile, nothing too heavy. You're dependent on finding water, finding pasture for your flocks. You're vulnerable to raiders, to wild animals, to the whims of local rulers who might or might not tolerate your presence. It's the life of a nomad. Constant motion, constant adaptation. Abram journeys on, going toward the Negev, the southern desert region, harsher, drier. And there's a famine in the land, a severe famine. The crops fail, the grass withers, the water sources dry up. So Abram goes down to Egypt to sojourn there. Egypt, the breadbasket of the ancient world, fed by the Nile, which floods predictably and makes the land fertile. When there's famine in Canaan, you go to Egypt. But as he's about to enter Egypt, Abram says to Sarai, "I know that you are a woman beautiful in appearance, and when the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but they will let you live. Say you are my sister, that it may go well with me because of you, and that my life may be spared for your sake." This is not great. Let's be clear about what's happening here. Abram is lying, asking Sarai to lie, so that he won't be killed. He's prioritizing his own survival over her safety and dignity. "Say you are my sister" means she'll likely be taken into Pharaoh's harem, which is exactly what happens. When they enter Egypt, the Egyptians see that the woman is very beautiful. The princes of Pharaoh see her and praise her to Pharaoh, and the woman is taken into Pharaoh's house. Sarai is taken, as in she doesn't have a choice. And for her sake, Pharaoh deals well with Abram. He gets sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male servants, female donkeys, and camels. Abram is profiting off his wife being in Pharaoh's harem. This is the man God chose, the father of faith, and he's lying and pimping out his wife to save his own skin. But the Lord afflicts Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. Pharaoh figures it out. Somehow, maybe the plagues have a pattern. Maybe someone talks. He calls Abram and says, "What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her for my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Pharaoh, pagan Pharaoh, is more righteous in this moment than Abram. He sends them away, gives them an escort out of Egypt, and Abram leaves with Sarai and with all the wealth he accumulated. He's richer now than when he arrived, livestock and servants and goods, profiting from his own deception. Abram goes back up from Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negeb. Now Abram is very rich in livestock, in silver, and in gold. And Lot, who goes with Abram, also has flocks and herds and tents, so the land cannot support both of them dwelling together. Their possessions are so great that they cannot dwell together. And there's strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. Classic conflict, limited resources, too many people competing for the same pasture and water. Plus, the Canaanites and the Perizzites are dwelling in the land. So it's not even just Abram and Lot. There are other groups using the same land. Abram says to Lot, "Let there be no strife between you and me, and between your herdsmen and my herdsmen, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself from me. If you take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if you take the right hand, then I will go to the left." It's generous. Abram is the elder, the head of the family. He could pull rank. Instead, he gives Lot first choice. Lot lifts up his eyes and sees the whole Jordan Valley. It's well watered everywhere. This is before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, the Jordan Valley, the plain around the Dead Sea, before it became the Dead Sea, lush, green, fertile. So Lot chooses for himself all the Jordan Valley, and Lot journeys east. Thus they separate from each other. Abram settles in the land of Canaan, the hill country, rockier, less ideal for grazing. Lot settles among the cities of the valley and moves his tent as far as Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were wicked, great sinners against the Lord. Foreshadowing. After Lot separates from him, the Lord says to Abram, "Lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land that you see, I will give to you and to your offspring forever." All of it, everything you can see. I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, your offspring also can be counted. Innumerable descendants from a barren wife. Abram moves his tent and settles by the oaks of Mamre, which are at Hebron, and there he builds an altar to the Lord. Years pass. Lot is living in Sodom, and war breaks out, 4 kings against 5. The kings of Sodom and Gomorrah and their allies versus a coalition from the east. The eastern coalition wins. They plunder Sodom and Gomorrah, and they take Lot captive, along with all his possessions. One who had escaped comes and tells Abram, Abram the Hebrew, living by the oaks of Mamre. When Abram hears that his kinsman has been taken captive, he leads forth his trained men, 318 of them, born in his house. Abram has a private army, 300 trained fighters, just from his household. That gives you a sense of how large his operation is. He and his allies pursue the enemy as far as Dan, divides his forces, attacks by night, and he brings back all the possessions, and also brings back Lot, and the women and the people. He rescues Lot, defeats the kings, recovers everything. On the way back, Melchizedek, king of Salem and priest of God Most High, brings out bread and wine, and he blesses Abram. Blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And Abram gives him 1/10 of everything, a tithe. To this mysterious priest-king, the king of Sodom offers Abram all the recovered goods. Give me the persons, but take the goods for yourself. Abram refuses. I have lifted my hand to the Lord, God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, that I would not take a thread or a sandal strap or anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. Abram doesn't want to owe Sodom anything, doesn't want his wealth tied to that wicked city. After these things, the word of the Lord comes to Abram in a vision. Fear not, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great. Abram responds, and this is bold. O Lord God, what will you give me? For I continue childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. Translation: That's great, but I don't have any children. What good are promises about descendants when I'm childless? He's frustrated, impatient. It's been years. He's not getting any younger. God says, This man shall not be your heir. Your very own son shall be your heir. And he brings him outside and says, Look toward heaven and number the stars, if you are able to number them. Then he says, So shall your offspring be. Abram believes the Lord, and the Lord counts it to him as righteousness. This is huge. Abram's faith, his trust in God's promise despite the impossibility, is counted as righteousness. But then Abram asks, O Lord God, how am I to know that I shall possess it? He believes, but he wants confirmation, a sign. God tells him to bring a heifer, a female goat, a ram, a turtle dove, and a pigeon. Abram brings them, cuts them in half, except the birds, and lays each half opposite the other. It's a covenant ritual, ancient Near Eastern style. The two parties would walk between the pieces, essentially saying, May I be torn apart like these animals if I break this covenant. Birds of prey come down on the carcasses. Abram drives them away. As the sun is going down, a deep sleep falls on Abram, and a dread and great darkness falls upon him. Then the Lord says, Know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted for 400 years. 400 years of slavery. In Egypt. Prophecy of what's coming. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. The Exodus, foretold. As for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. Abram will die before seeing most of this. He'll die in peace, not knowing how it all turns out. And they shall come back here in the 4th generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. The Canaanites, their sin hasn't reached its full measure yet. There's still time. When the sun has gone down and it is dark, behold, a smoking firepot and a flaming torch pass between the pieces. Not Abram, just God. God alone passes through. God alone binds himself to this covenant. It's unilateral, unconditional. On that day the Lord makes a covenant with Abram. To your offspring I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, has not borne him children. The text reminds us, in case we forgot, she has a female Egyptian servant named Hagar. And Sarai says to Abram, Behold now, The Lord has prevented me from bearing children. Go in to my servant. It may be that I shall obtain children by her. This is culturally acceptable in their world. If the wife can't produce an heir, the servant can act as a surrogate. But it's also driven by desperation, impatience, trying to force God's promise through human effort. Abram listens to Sarai. He goes into Hagar, and she conceives. And when she sees that she has conceived, she looks with contempt on her mistress. The power dynamics shift. Hagar has what Sarai doesn't, a child growing inside her. Sarai says to Abram, "May the wrong done to me be on you. I gave my servant to your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, she looked on me with contempt. May the Lord judge between you and me." She's blaming Abram, even though this was her idea. Abram says, "Behold, your servant is in your power. Do to her as you please." He washes his hands of it. Let Sarai deal with it. Sarai deals harshly with Hagar, so harshly that Hagar flees, pregnant, alone, into the wilderness. The angel of the Lord finds her by a spring of water in the wilderness, the spring on the way to Shur. And he says, "Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going?" She says, "I am fleeing from my mistress Sarai." The angel says, "Return to your mistress and submit to her." Not the answer we want to hear. But then, "I will surely multiply your offspring, so that they cannot be numbered for multitude." A promise for Hagar, not just for Sarai and Abram. "Behold, you are pregnant and shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has listened to your affliction." Ishmael, God hears. "He shall be a wild donkey of a man, his hand against everyone and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all his kinsmen." Not exactly a glowing prophecy, but it's a future, a place, a people. Hagar returns. She bears Abram a son. Abram calls him Ishmael. Abram is 86 years old. 13 years pass. 13 years of Abram raising Ishmael, thinking maybe this is the promised son. Maybe this is how God's going to do it. When Abram is 99 years old, the Lord appears to him and says, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless, that I may make my covenant between me and you, and may multiply you greatly." Abram falls on his face, and God says, "Behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of a multitude of nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you the father of a multitude of nations." Abram, exalted father, becomes Abraham, father of a multitude. "I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make you into nations, and kings shall come from you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your offspring, after you throughout their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and to your offspring after you." An everlasting covenant, forever. "And I will give to you and to your offspring after you the land of your sojournings, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God." And God says, "As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your offspring after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall keep, between me and you and your offspring after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised." Circumcision, the sign of the covenant, the physical mark on the body. "You shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you." Abraham is 99 years old, getting circumcised at 99. Think about that, the pain, the recovery time, at that age. God also says, "As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name." Sarai becomes Sarah. Both mean princess. but it's a change nonetheless. I will bless her, and moreover, I will give you a son by her. I will bless her, and she shall become nations. Kings of peoples shall come from her. Abraham falls on his face, and he laughs. He laughs, and he says to himself, shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? Shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? It's absurd, biologically impossible. Abraham says to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. Translation: can't we just go with Ishmael? He's already here. He's 13. He's fine. God says, no, but Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. Isaac. He laughs. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and multiply him greatly. He shall father 12 princes, and I will make him into a great nation. But I will establish my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this time next year. Ishmael will be blessed, but the covenant goes through Isaac. That very day, Abraham takes Ishmael and all the males in his household and circumcises them. Abraham is 99. Ishmael is 13. Every male in the household. Same day. Obedience. Immediate. Painful. The Lord appears to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre, as he sits at the door of his tent in the heat of the day. He lifts up his eyes and looks, and behold, 3 men are standing in front of him. He runs to meet them, bows to the ground. Ancient Near Eastern hospitality kicks in. O Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, while I bring a morsel of bread, that you may refresh yourselves. A morsel of bread, that's underselling it. Abraham hastens into the tent to Sarah and says, quick, 3 seahs of fine flour, knead it, and make cakes. 3 seahs, that's about half a bushel, a massive amount of bread. He runs to the herd, takes a calf, tender and good, gives it to a young man who prepares it. He takes curds and milk and the calf, and sets it before them, and he stands by them under the tree while they eat. They say, where is Sarah your wife? He says, she is in the tent. The Lord, one of the 3 is the Lord, says, I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife shall have a son. Sarah is listening at the tent door behind him, and Abraham and Sarah are old, advanced in years. The way of women has ceased to be with Sarah. She's postmenopausal. Biologically, it's over. So Sarah laughs to herself. After I am worn out, and my Lord is old, shall I have pleasure? She laughs, like Abraham laughed. The Lord says to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh and say, shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? Sarah, afraid, denies it. I did not laugh. He says, no, but you did laugh. The men set out from there. They look down toward Sodom, and Abraham goes with them to set them on their way. The Lord says, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Then he tells Abraham, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and their sin is very grave. I will go down to see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me. And if not, I will know. The men turn and go towards Sodom, but Abraham still stands before the Lord, and Abraham draws near. Will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not spare it for the 50 righteous who are in it? Abraham is negotiating, bargaining with God. Far be it from you to do such a thing, to put the righteous to death with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be that from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do what is just? The Lord says, if I find at Sodom 50 righteous in the city, I will spare the whole place for their sake. Abraham continues, behold, I have undertaken to speak to the Lord, I who am but dust and ashes. Suppose 5 of the 50 righteous are lacking. Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5? I will not destroy it if I find 45 there. Suppose 40 are found there. For the sake of 40 I will not do it. Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 are found there. I will not do it if I find 30 there. Behold, I have undertaken to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 are found there. For the sake of 20 I will not destroy it. Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak again but this once. Suppose 10 are found there. For the sake of 10 I will not destroy it. And the Lord goes his way, and Abraham returns to his place. There aren't 10. The 2 angels arrive at Sodom in the evening. Lot is sitting in the gate of Sodom, a position of some authority apparently. He's integrated into city life. When he sees them, he rises to meet them, bows his face to the ground. My lords, please turn aside to your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you may rise up early and go on your way. They say, no, we will spend the night in the town square. But Lot presses them strongly, so they turn aside to him and enter his house. He makes them a feast, bakes unleavened bread. They eat. Before they lie down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surround the house. All of them, the entire male population. They call to Lot, where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may know them. Know them, sexually, by force, gang rape. This is the sin of Sodom, not just inhospitality, though that's part of it. Violent, predatory sexual assault. Lot goes out to the men at the entrance, shuts the door behind him, and he says, and this is horrifying, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Behold, I have 2 daughters who have not known any man. Let me bring them out to you and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof. He offers his daughters, his virgin daughters, to a mob to protect his guests. Ancient hospitality is sacred. But this is monstrous. The men say, stand back. And they say, this fellow came to sojourn, and he has become the judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. They press hard against Lot. They draw near to break the door down. The angels reach out, pull Lot into the house, shut the door, and they strike the men at the entrance with blindness, both small and great, so that they wear themselves out groping for the door. Supernatural intervention, the only thing stopping this. The angels say to Lot, have you anyone else here? Sons-in-law, sons, daughters, or anyone you have in the city, bring them out of the place. For we are about to destroy this place, because the outcry against its people has become great before the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. Lot goes out and says to his sons-in-law, who are to marry his daughters, up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city. But he seems to his sons-in-law to be jesting. They think he's joking. They don't believe him. As morning dawns, the angels urge Lot, up, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be swept away in the punishment of the city. But he lingers, he hesitates, delays, can't quite bring himself to leave. So the men seize him, and his wife, and his 2 daughters, by the hand. The Lord being merciful to him, they bring them out, set them outside the city. And as they bring them out, one says, escape for your life. Do not look back or stop anywhere in the valley. Escape to the hills, lest you be swept away. Lot says, "O no, my lords. Behold, your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have shown me great kindness in saving my life. But I cannot escape to the hills, lest the disaster overtake me and I die. Behold, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my life will be saved." Even in rescue, he's negotiating, asking for a closer refuge. The angel says, "Behold, I grant you this favor also, that I will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken. Escape there quickly, for I can do nothing till you arrive there." Therefore, the name of the city was called Zor. The sun has risen on the earth when Lot comes to Zor. Then the Lord rains on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. Sulfur, brimstone, burning, choking, poisonous. Fire raining from the sky. He overthrows those cities, and all the valley, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. Total destruction. Nothing survives. But Lot's wife behind him looks back. One glance. One look over her shoulder at the city she's leaving, the life she's losing, and she becomes a pillar of salt. The text doesn't explain how, just that she does. A monument to disobedience, to attachment, to looking back when you're told to move forward. Abraham goes early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looks down toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the valley. And he looks, and behold, the smoke of the land goes up like the smoke of a furnace. The cities are gone, wiped out, everyone dead, except Lot and his daughters. Lot goes up out of Zor and lives in the hills with his 2 daughters, in a cave. And the firstborn says to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is not a man on earth to come in to us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve offspring from our father." They think they're the last people on earth. They're not, but they think they are. So they get their father drunk, both nights, and both daughters sleep with him. And he doesn't know when they lie down or when they arise. That's how drunk he is. Both daughters conceive. The firstborn bears a son and calls him Moab. He's the father of the Moabites. The younger also bears a son and calls him Ben-Ami. He's the father of the Ammonites. Moab, Ammon. 2 nations that will be thorns in Israel's side for centuries, born from incest in a cave after the destruction of Sodom. Abraham journeys toward the territory of the Negev, and he settles between Kadesh and Shur. And while he sojourns in Gerar, Abraham says of Sarah, his wife, "She is my sister." He does it again, the same lie he told in Egypt, and Abimelech, king of Gerar, sends and takes Sarah. She's taken into the king's harem. Again, she's 90 years old, and she's still being taken by kings. But God comes to Abimelech in a dream by night. "Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." Abimelech hasn't touched her yet. He says, "Lord, will you kill an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, 'She is my sister'?" And she herself said, "He is my brother." "In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands I have done this," God says. "Yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart, and it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not return her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours." Abimelech rises early, calls all his servants, tells them all these things. Then he calls Abraham. What have you done to us? And how have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me things that ought not to be done. And Abimelech says, What did you see, that you did this thing? Abraham says, I did it because I thought, there is no fear of God at all in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Technically true, half-sister, but still a lie by omission. Abimelech gives Abraham sheep and oxen, male servants and female servants, and he gives him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech says, Behold, my land is before you, dwell where it pleases you. To Sarah he says, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is a sign of your innocence in the eyes of all who are with you, and before everyone you are vindicated. Abraham prays to God, and God heals Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves, so that they bear children. For the Lord had closed all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. The Lord visits Sarah as he said, and the Lord does to Sarah as he promised. Sarah conceives and bears Abraham a son in his old age, at the time of which God had spoken to him. Abraham is 100 years old. Sarah is 90. Abraham calls his son Isaac, the name God gave him. He laughs. And Abraham circumcises Isaac when he is 8 days old, as God commanded. Sarah says, God has made laughter for me. Everyone who hears will laugh over me. And she says, Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. The child grows and is weaned, and Abraham makes a great feast on the day that Isaac is weaned. But Sarah sees the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, laughing or mocking. The Hebrew word can mean either. Ishmael, who's about 14 now, is either playing with Isaac or mocking him. Sarah says to Abraham, Cast out this slave woman with her son, for the son of this slave woman shall not be heir with my son Isaac. It's harsh, cruel even, sending them away into the wilderness. And the thing is very displeasing to Abraham on account of his son. He loves Ishmael. He's raised him for 14 years thinking he was the promised son. But God says to Abraham, Be not displeased because of the boy and because of your slave woman. Whatever Sarah says to you, do as she tells you, for through Isaac shall your offspring be named. And I will make a nation of the son of the slave woman also, because he is your offspring. So Abraham rises early in the morning, takes bread and a skin of water, gives it to Hagar, puts it on her shoulder, along with the child, and he sends her away. She departs and wanders in the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water in the skin is gone, she puts the child under one of the bushes. Then she goes and sits down opposite him, a good way off, about the distance of a bowshot, for she says, Let me not look on the death of the child. She sits, and she lifts up her voice and weeps, and God hears the voice of the boy. The angel of God calls to Hagar from heaven. What troubles you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the boy where he is. Up, lift up the boy, and hold him fast with your hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opens her eyes, and she sees a well of water. It was there all along. She just couldn't see it. She goes and fills the skin with water, gives the boy a drink. God is with the boy, and he grows up. He lives in the wilderness and becomes an expert with the bow. He lives in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother takes a wife for him from the land of Egypt. After these things, God tests Abraham. Tests, not tempts. Tests. He says to him, Abraham, and he says, Here I am. God says, "Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. Your only son, Ishmael, is gone. Isaac is the only one left, the son of promise, the son through whom all the blessings are supposed to come, and God is asking Abraham to kill him as a burnt offering, a sacrifice, slaughtered and burned on an altar. It's the hardest test imaginable, the most horrifying command. Abraham rises early in the morning, saddles his donkey, takes 2 of his young men with him and his son Isaac. He cuts the wood for the burnt offering and arises and goes to the place of which God has told him. On the 3rd day, Abraham lifts up his eyes and sees the place from afar. 3 days, 3 days of walking, 3 days of knowing what he's been asked to do. Then Abraham says to his young men, "Stay here with the donkey. I and the boy will go over there and worship and come again to you. We will come again, both of us." Either he believes God will provide, or he believes God will raise Isaac from the dead. Either way, there's faith here. Abraham takes the wood of the burnt offering and lays it on Isaac his son. Isaac carries the wood for his own sacrifice. He doesn't know it yet, but that's what's happening. And Abraham takes in his hand the fire and the knife. So they go, both of them together. Isaac says to his father Abraham, "My father," and he says, "Here I am, my son." Isaac says, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" The question every parent dreads, the innocent question that cuts to the heart of everything. Abraham says, "God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son." Prophetic, true, but not in the way Isaac thinks. So they go, both of them together. They come to the place of which God has told him. Abraham builds an altar there, lays the wood in order, and then he binds Isaac, his son, binds him, ties him up. Isaac doesn't resist. He's a young man. Abraham is over 100. But he doesn't. He trusts, or he's too shocked to fight. Abraham lays him on the altar, on top of the wood. Then Abraham reaches out his hand, takes the knife to slaughter his son. The knife is raised. The moment is here. But the angel of the Lord calls to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham," and he says, "Here I am." The angel says, "Do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Now I know." As if God needed to find out. As if the test was as much for Abraham and for us as it was for God. Abraham lifts up his eyes and looks, and behold, behind him is a ram, caught in a thicket by his horns. Abraham goes and takes the ram and offers it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham calls the name of that place, "The Lord will provide." As it is said to this day, "On the mount of the Lord it shall be provided." The angel of the Lord calls to Abraham a second time from heaven. "By myself I have sworn, declares the Lord, because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and I will surely multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven and as the sand that is on the seashore. And your offspring shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice." The covenant reaffirmed, the promise renewed, because Abraham was willing. So Abraham returns to his young men, and they arise and go together to Beersheba, and Abraham lives at Beersheba. Now after these things, Abraham is told, "Behold, Milcah also has borne children to your brother Nahor, his brother back in Haran, the family he left behind. 8 sons are listed, including Bethuel, and Bethuel becomes the father of Rebekah, Rebecca, remember that name. She'll matter. Sarah lives 127 years. These are the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah dies at Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham goes in to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham rises from before his dead and speaks to the Hittites. I am a sojourner and foreigner among you. Give me property among you for a burying place, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. He doesn't own land. After all these years, all these promises, he still doesn't own any land in Canaan. The Hittites answer, Hear us, my lord. You are a prince of God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will withhold from you his tomb to hinder you from burying your dead. Abraham rises and bows to the Hittites, and he says, If you are willing that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he owns. It is at the end of his field. For the full price let him give it to me in your presence as property for a burying place. Ephron is sitting among the Hittites, and Ephron answers, No, my lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the sight of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. Ancient Near Eastern bargaining. He's saying, I'll give it to you. But really, he means, make me an offer. Abraham bows, and he says, But if you will, hear me. I give the price of the field. Accept it from me, that I may bury my dead there. Ephron answers, My lord, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? Bury your dead. 400 shekels. That's not, what is that between you and me? That's expensive. Ephron is naming a high price while pretending it doesn't matter. Abraham listens to Ephron, and Abraham weighs out for Ephron the silver that he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weights current among the merchants. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was to the east of Mamre, the field with the cave that is in it, and all the trees that were in the field, throughout its whole area, was made over to Abraham as a possession in the presence of the Hittites, before all who went in at the gate of his city, the first piece of the promised land that Abraham actually owns, and it's a burial cave. After this, Abraham buries Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that is in it are made over to Abraham as property for a burying place by the Hittites. Now Abraham is old, well advanced in years, and the Lord has blessed Abraham in all things. Now Abraham is old, well advanced in years, and the Lord has blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham says to his servant, the oldest of his household, who has charge of all that he has, Put your hand under my thigh. Under his thigh. A euphemism. This is an oath sworn on Abraham's genitals, on his ability to produce offspring. It's the most serious kind of oath you can make. Abraham says, I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but will go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son Isaac. Isaac is 40 years old, and Abraham is arranging his marriage. The servant says, Perhaps the woman may not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I then take your son back to the land from which you came? It's a reasonable question. What if she says no? Abraham says, See to it that you do not take my son back there. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke to me and swore to me, To your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be free from this oath of mine. Only you must not take my son back there." So the servant puts his hand under his master's thigh and swears to him concerning this matter. Then the servant takes 10 of his master's camels and departs, taking all sorts of choice gifts from his master. And he arises and goes to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor, Abraham's brother. It's a long journey, hundreds of miles, weeks of travel across desert and scrubland, 10 camels loaded with gifts, gold, silver, jewelry, fine cloth, spices. It's a caravan, a traveling showcase of Abraham's wealth, a statement, "Look what you'll marry into." And he makes the camels kneel down outside the city by the well of water. At the time of evening, the time when women go out to draw water. Wells are the social hubs of ancient villages. Women gather there, talk, exchange news and gossip while they fill their jars. It's also where marriages happen. Isaac's son Jacob will meet his wife at a well. Moses will meet his wife at a well. It's a pattern. The servant prays, "O Lord, God of my master Abraham, please grant me success today and show steadfast love to my master Abraham. Behold, I am standing by the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Let the young woman to whom I shall say, 'Please let down your jar that I may drink,' and who shall say, 'Drink, and I will water your camels,' let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Isaac. By this I shall know that you have shown steadfast love to my master." It's a specific prayer, a test, a sign. Not just, "She'll give me water," but she'll volunteer to water all 10 camels. That's significant. Camels drink a lot. A thirsty camel can drink 30 gallons. 10 camels could mean 300 gallons of water. That's hauling water for an hour, maybe more, for a complete stranger. It's a test of generosity, hospitality, servant-heartedness. Before he has finished speaking, behold, Rebekah comes out. She's the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother. The family connection. This is Abraham's great niece. The young woman is very attractive in appearance, a maiden whom no man has known. She goes down to the spring, fills her jar, comes up. The servant runs to meet her. "Please give me a little water to drink from your jar." She says, "Drink, my lord." And she quickly lets down her jar upon her hand and gives him a drink. When she has finished giving him a drink, she says, "I will draw water for your camels also, until they have finished drinking." There it is, the exact sign he asked for. So she quickly empties her jar into the trough and runs again to the well to draw water, and she draws for all his camels. Picture her, running back and forth, lowering the jar, pulling it up, heavy, sloshing, pouring it out, again and again and again, her arms aching, her back straining sweat on her forehead. But she doesn't stop, doesn't complain, just keeps drawing water until all 10 camels have had their fill. The man gazes at her in silence, to learn whether the Lord has prospered his journey or not. When the camels have finished drinking, the man takes a gold ring weighing a half shekel, about 1/5 of an ounce of gold. Substantial. And 2 bracelets for her arms weighing 10 gold shekels. 10 shekels. 4 ounces of gold. These aren't dainty bracelets. These are serious wealth. He says, "Please tell me whose daughter you are. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She says, "I am the daughter of Bethuel the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor." The exact family Abraham sent him to find. She adds, "We have plenty of both straw and fodder, and room to spend the night." The man bows his head, worships the Lord. "Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his steadfast love and his faithfulness toward my master. As for me, the Lord has led me in the way to the house of my master's kinsman." Then the young woman runs, tells her mother's household about these things. Rebekah has a brother. His name is Laban. Laban runs out to the man at the spring as soon as he sees the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and hears the words of Rebekah, his sister. He sees the gold. That's what gets him moving. He comes to the man, and behold, he is standing by the camels at the spring. Laban says, "Come in, O blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man comes into the house, and Laban unloads the camels, gives straw and fodder to the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who are with him. Then food is set before him to eat. But he says, "I will not eat until I have said what I have to say." Laban says, "Speak on." So the servant explains everything: the oath, the journey, the prayer, the sign, Rebekah's exact fulfillment of it. He says, "Now then, if you are going to show steadfast love and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left." Then Laban and Bethuel, Rebekah's father, answer, "The thing has come from the Lord. We cannot speak to you bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." When Abraham's servant hears their words, he bows himself to the earth before the Lord. And the servant brings out jewelry of silver and of gold, and garments, and gives them to Rebekah. He also gives to her brother and to her mother costly ornaments, the bride price, the dowry, the formalization of the engagement, and he and the men who are with him eat and drink, and they spend the night there. When they arise in the morning, he says, "Send me away to my master." Her brother and her mother say, "Let the young woman remain with us a while, at least 10 days. After that she may go." But he says to them, "Do not delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master." They say, "Let us call the young woman and ask her." So they call Rebekah, and they say to her, "Will you go with this man?" She says, "I will go." No hesitation, no delay. No, let me think about it. She's leaving her family, her home, her country, to marry a man she's never met, in a land she's never seen. And she says yes. So they send away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men, and they bless Rebekah. "Our sister, may you become thousands of 10,000s, and may your offspring possess the gate of those who hate them." Then Rebekah and her young women arise, mount the camels, follow the man. Thus the servant takes Rebekah and goes his way. Now Isaac has returned from Beer Lahai-roi and is dwelling in the Negeb. And Isaac goes out to meditate in the field toward evening. He lifts up his eyes and looks, and behold, there are camels coming. And Rebekah lifts up her eyes, and when she sees Isaac, she dismounts from the camel. She says to the servant, "Who is that man walking in the field to meet us?" The servant says, "It is my master." So she takes her veil and covers herself. The first meeting. From a distance. No words yet. Just seeing each other. And the servant tells Isaac all the things that he has done. Then Isaac brings her into the tent of Sarah, his mother's tent. Sarah's been dead for 3 years. The tent is empty, waiting. And Isaac takes Rebekah, and she becomes his wife, and he loves her. So Isaac is comforted after his mother's death. Abraham takes another wife. Her name is Keturah. He's old, probably around 140 at this point, but apparently still capable. She bears him 6 sons: Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuah. These sons become peoples, nations. The Midianites come from Midian. They'll show up later in Israel's story. Abraham gives gifts to the sons of his concubines. While he is still living, he sends them away from his son Isaac, eastward to the east country. He's ensuring Isaac's position, making sure there's no confusion about the inheritance. These are the days of the years of Abraham's life, 175 years. Abraham breathes his last, dies in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and he is gathered to his people. Isaac and Ishmael, his sons, bury him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the field that Abraham purchased from the Hittites. Isaac and Ishmael, together, burying their father, estranged brothers, reunited in grief. There Abraham is buried, with Sarah his wife. After the death of Abraham, God blesses Isaac his son, and Isaac settles at Beer-lahai-roi. Now Isaac is 40 years old when he takes Rebekah as his wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Aramean, and Isaac prays to the Lord for his wife, because she is barren, like his mother. The pattern repeats. The promise is always through the impossible, and the Lord grants his prayer, and Rebekah his wife conceives, but the children struggle together within her. It's a difficult pregnancy. The babies are fighting, literally wrestling in the womb, and she says, "If it is like this, why is this happening to me?" So she goes to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord says to her, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other, the older shall serve the younger." 2 nations, Jacob and Esau, Israel and Edom, the older serving the younger. A reversal of the normal order, the usual birthright upended. When her days to give birth are completed, behold, there are twins in her womb. The first comes out red, all his body like a hairy cloak, so they call his name Esau. Afterward his brother comes out, with his hand holding Esau's heel, so his name is called Jacob, which means he takes by the heel, or he supplants, already grasping, already trying to get ahead. Isaac is 60 years old when she bears them, 20 years of marriage, 20 years of waiting, and then twins. The boys grow up. Esau becomes a skillful hunter, a man of the field, outdoorsy, rugged, good with a bow, comfortable sleeping under the stars. Jacob is a quiet man, dwelling in tents, staying close to home, preferring civilization to wilderness. Isaac loves Esau because he eats of his game. He likes the venison, the wild meat his son brings home. But Rebekah loves Jacob. The favoritism is explicit, divided. Isaac prefers one son. Rebekah prefers the other. It's a recipe for disaster. Once, when Jacob is cooking stew, Esau comes in from the field, and he is exhausted, not just tired, famished, ravenous. The Hebrew word suggests he's completely spent. And Esau says to Jacob, "Let me eat some of that red stew, for I am exhausted." Therefore, his name is called Edom, which means red. It's a nickname that sticks. Jacob says, "Sell me your birthright now." The birthright, the right of the firstborn, a double portion of the inheritance, the leadership of the family, the patriarchal blessing, and Jacob wants it. Esau says, "I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me?" He's being dramatic, hyperbolic. "I'm starving," in the way people say it when they're really just very hungry. But he's also revealing something about his values. The birthright doesn't matter to him, at least not in this moment. Jacob says, Swear to me now. Make it official, binding, legal." So Esau swears to him and sells his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gives Esau bread and lentil stew. Lentils, red lentils, earthy, thick, the kind of stew that sticks to your ribs. Imagine the smell. Onions, garlic, cumin, whatever spices Jacob had, simmering over the fire. And Esau eats and drinks, and rises and goes his way. Thus Esau despises his birthright. He treats it as worthless, trades his inheritance for a bowl of soup. It's impulsive, short-sighted. Esau living in the moment with no thought for the future. Now Isaac is old, and his eyes are dim so that he cannot see. He's blind, or nearly blind. He calls Esau his older son. "My son," and Esau says, "Here I am." Isaac says, "Behold, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and hunt game for me, and prepare for me delicious food, such as I love, and bring it to me so that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die." The patriarchal blessing, the big one, the one that matters even more than the birthright. It's not just an inheritance, it's a spiritual passing of authority, a prophetic declaration over the next generation. And Isaac wants a good meal first. Now Rebekah is listening when Isaac speaks to his son Esau. She's eavesdropping, overhearing, and immediately she has a plan. So when Esau goes to the field to hunt, Rebekah says to her son Jacob, "I heard your father speak to your brother Esau. Bring me game and prepare for me delicious food, that I may eat it and bless you before the Lord before I die. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice as I command you. Go to the flock and bring me 2 good young goats, so that I may prepare from them delicious food for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before he dies." She's orchestrating the whole thing, coaching Jacob, telling him exactly what to do. But Jacob says to Rebekah, his mother, "Behold, my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Esau is covered in hair, like the hairy cloak he was born with, arms, hands, neck. Jacob is smooth-skinned, hairless by comparison. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be mocking him and bring a curse upon myself and not a blessing." He's not objecting on moral grounds. He's worried about getting caught. His mother says, "Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice and go. Bring them to me." She's willing to take the risk, the blame, the consequence. So Jacob goes and takes the goats and brings them to his mother. And his mother prepares delicious food, such as his father loves. Then Rebekah takes the best garments of Esau, her older son, which are with her in the house, and puts them on Jacob, her younger son. Esau's clothes, his hunting clothes, they smell like him, like the outdoors, like sweat and smoke and animal. And the skins of the young goat she puts on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck. Goat hair, coarse, scratchy against his skin. And she puts the delicious food and the bread, which she has prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. So Jacob goes to his father. "My father," Isaac says, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" Jacob says to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game, that your soul may bless me." The first words out of his mouth are a lie. "I am Esau." But Isaac says, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" "It's too fast. Hunting takes time. Tracking, stalking, field dressing, cooking." Jacob says, "Because the Lord your God granted me success." He invokes God, uses God's name to cover his deception. Then Isaac says, "Please come near, that I may feel you, my son." to know whether you are really my son Esau or not. Isaac is suspicious. Something's off. The voice doesn't sound quite right, so Jacob comes near to Isaac, his father, who feels him. Picture Isaac's hands, old, weathered, running over Jacob's arms, his hands, his neck, feeling the goat's hair. Rough, coarse. Isaac says, the voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. He's confused, uncertain. The voice doesn't match the hands, and he does not recognize him, because his hands are hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blesses him, but first he says, "Are you really my son Esau?" Jacob says, "I am." Another lie, directly to his father's face. Isaac says, "Bring it near to me, that I may eat of my son's game and bless you." So Jacob brings it near to him, and he eats, and Jacob brings him wine, and he drinks. Then Isaac says, "Come near and kiss me, my son." So Jacob comes near and kisses him, and Isaac smells the smell of his garments, Esau's garments, the outdoor smell, the hunter's smell, and he blesses him. "See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." The blessing, transferred, irrevocable. As soon as Isaac finishes blessing Jacob, when Jacob has scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, Esau comes in from his hunting. The timing is perfect, or terrible, depending on your perspective. Esau also prepares delicious food and brings it to his father, and he says, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that you may bless me." Isaac says, "Who are you?" Esau says, "I am your son, your firstborn Esau." Then Isaac trembles very violently. The Hebrew is emphatic. He shakes, convulses with shock and horror. "Was it then that hunted game and brought it to me, and I ate it all before you came, and I have blessed him? Yes, and he shall be blessed." As soon as Esau hears the words of his father, he cries out with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, a scream, a wail, anguish and rage. "Bless me, even me also, O my father." But Isaac says, "Your brother came deceitfully, and he has taken away your blessing." Esau says, "Is he not rightly named Jacob?" which means deceiver or supplanter. "For he has cheated me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing." Technically, Esau sold the birthright, but he's not thinking about technicalities right now. Then he says, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac answered, "Behold, I have made him lord over you, and all his brothers I have given to him for servants, and with grain and wine I have sustained him. What then can I do for you, my son?" Esau says, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Esau lifts up his voice and weeps, a grown man, a warrior, a hunter, weeping. Then Isaac answers, "Behold, away from the fatness of the earth shall your dwelling be, and away from the dew of heaven on high. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you shall break his yoke from your neck." It's not much. It's almost an anti-blessing, a life of struggle, service to his brother, eventually breaking free, but only after hardship. Now Esau hates Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. And Esau says to himself, "The days of mourning for my father are approaching. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." He's planning murder, just waiting for Isaac to die first. Out of respect, maybe, or just practicality. But the words of Esau are told to Rebekah, Someone hears. Someone tells her. So she sends and calls Jacob, and she says, "Behold, your brother Esau comforts himself about you by planning to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee to Laban my brother in Haran, and stay with him a while, until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and bring you from there. Why should I be bereft of you both in one day?" She's protecting Jacob, sending him away to her brother Laban in Haran, the same place Abraham's servant went to find Rebekah. Stay with him a while. A little while, a few weeks, a few months at most. It will be 20 years. Then Rebekah says to Isaac, "I loathe my life because of the Hittite women. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women like these, one of the women of the land, what good will my life be to me?" She's giving Isaac a different reason, a public reason. Not Esau wants to kill him, but we need to find him a good wife. So Isaac calls Jacob, blesses him, and charges him, "You must not take a wife from the Canaanite women. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take as your wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may become a company of peoples. May he give the blessing of Abraham to you and to your offspring with you, that you may take possession of the land of your sojournings that God gave to Abraham." So Isaac sends Jacob away, and he goes to Paddan Aram, to Laban. Jacob leaves Beersheba and goes toward Haran. He's fleeing, running for his life, leaving everything he knows, and he comes to a certain place and stays there that night because the sun has set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he puts it under his head and lies down in that place to sleep, a stone for a pillow, hard, uncomfortable, cold. This is not glamorous. This is a refugee sleeping rough in the wilderness, and he dreams. Behold, there is a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reaches to heaven, and behold, the angels of God are ascending and descending on it, a stairway, a connection between heaven and earth, traffic going both ways, and behold, the Lord stands above it, and he says, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." The covenant, extended to Jacob, the deceiver, the trickster, the guy who just fled from his brother's murder plot. God doesn't wait for Jacob to clean up his act. He just promises, commits, declares. Then Jacob wakes from his sleep, and he says, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." And he is afraid. How awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. So Jacob rises early in the morning, takes the stone that he put under his head, sets it up for a pillar, pours oil on top of it. He calls the name of that place Bethel, house of God. Then Jacob makes a vow. "If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God, and this stone, which I have set up for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give a full tenth to you." It's a conditional vow. If, then. Jacob is still Jacob, still bargaining, still negotiating, even with God. Then Jacob goes on his journey, and comes to the land of the people of the east. As he looks, he sees a well in the field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it, for out of that well the flocks are watered. The stone on the well's mouth is large, and when all the flocks are gathered there, the shepherds roll the stone from the mouth of the well and water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place on the mouth of the well. It takes multiple people to move it. It's heavy, a communal effort. Jacob says to the shepherds, "My brothers, where do you come from?" They say, "We are from Haran." Haran. He's arrived. He says, "Do you know Laban the son of Nahor?" They say, "We know him." He says, "Is it well with him?" They say, "It is well. And see, Rachel his daughter is coming with the sheep." Rachel, Laban's daughter, Jacob's cousin. And as Jacob is still speaking with them, Rachel comes with her father's sheep, for she is a shepherdess. Now as soon as Jacob sees Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, Jacob comes near and rolls the stone from the well's mouth, by himself, the stone that normally takes multiple men to move. Adrenaline, attraction, showing off, and he waters the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Then Jacob kisses Rachel and weeps aloud. He's overcome, emotional. This is family. This is safety. This is the end of his journey. And Jacob tells Rachel that he is her father's kinsman and that he is Rebekah's son. And she runs and tells her father. As soon as Laban hears the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he runs to meet him, embraces him, kisses him, brings him to his house. Jacob tells Laban all these things, and Laban says, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." And Jacob stays with him a month. Then Laban says to Jacob, "Because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be?" Now Laban has 2 daughters. The name of the older is Leah, and the name of the younger is Rachel. Leah's eyes are weak. The Hebrew is unclear. Does that mean they're dull, lifeless, that she has bad vision? We don't know. But Rachel is beautiful in form and appearance. Jacob loves Rachel. So he says, "I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel." 7 years. That's the bride price. That's what she's worth to him. Laban says, "It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to any other man. Stay with me." So Jacob serves 7 years for Rachel, and they seem to him but a few days because of the love he has for her. 7 years, feeling like days. That's love, or infatuation, or both. Then Jacob says to Laban, "Give me my wife that I may go into her, for my time is completed. Time's up, pay up." So Laban gathers together all the people of the place and makes a feast, a wedding feast, food, wine, music, celebration. But in the evening, he takes his daughter Leah and brings her to Jacob, and Jacob goes into her. It's dark. Jacob's drunk, or at least tipsy. And in the ancient Near East, brides are veiled. He doesn't realize, or he's too drunk to realize, or he realizes too late. When morning comes, behold, it is Leah. Imagine waking up, looking over, and it's the wrong woman. And Jacob says to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" The deceiver has been deceived. The trickster has been tricked. It's poetic justice. What Jacob did to his father, Laban does to him. Laban says, "It is not so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn." The younger before the firstborn, the exact reversal of what Jacob did to Esau. Laban continues, "Complete the week of this one, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me another 7 years. Another 7 years. 14 total." Jacob agrees. What choice does he have? So he completes the week, the wedding week, with Leah, Then Laban gives him his daughter Rachel as a wife. So Jacob goes into Rachel also, and he loves Rachel more than Leah, and he serves Laban for another 7 years. When the Lord sees that Leah is hated, or at least unloved, less loved, he opens her womb, but Rachel is barren. The pattern again. The unloved wife can have children, the loved wife cannot. Leah conceives and bears a son, and she calls his name Reuben. See, a son. For she says, because the Lord has looked upon my affliction, for now my husband will love me. She's hoping a child will earn his love. It doesn't. She conceives again and bears a son. Simeon. Heard, she said, because the Lord has heard that I am hated. He has given me this son also. Again she conceives and bears a son. Levi. Attached, she says, now this time my husband will be attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Desperation in her words, 3 sons and still hoping for affection. Again she conceives and bears a son, Judah. Praise. And she says, this time I will praise the Lord. Finally a shift, from seeking Jacob's love to praising God. Then she ceases bearing, but Rachel is still barren, and she envies her sister. She says to Jacob, give me children, or I shall die. Jacob's anger kindles against Rachel. Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Then Rachel says, here is my servant Bilhah. Go into her, so that she may give birth on my behalf, that even I may have children through her. The same solution Sarah used with Hagar. Surrogacy. So she gives him her servant Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob goes into her. Bilhah conceives and bears Jacob a son. Then Rachel says, God has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and given me a son. Therefore she calls his name Dan, judgment, or vindication. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceives again, and bears Jacob a second son. Then Rachel says, with mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and have prevailed. So she calls his name Naphtali. My wrestling. When Leah sees that she has ceased bearing children, she takes her servant Zilpah, and gives her to Jacob as a wife. The competition escalates. If Rachel's going to use a servant, so will Leah. Then Leah's servant Zilpah bears Jacob a son, and Leah says, good fortune has come. So she calls his name Gad, fortune. Leah's servant Zilpah bears Jacob a second son, and Leah says, happy am I, for women have called me happy. So she calls his name Asher, happy. In the days of wheat harvest, Reuben goes and finds mandrakes in the field, and brings them to his mother Leah. Mandrakes, a plant believed to enhance fertility, an aphrodisiac supposedly. Then Rachel says to Leah, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But Leah says, is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also? The resentment, raw, bitter. Rachel says, then he may lie with you tonight in exchange for your son's mandrakes. They're bargaining over who gets to sleep with their shared husband. When Jacob comes from the field in the evening, Leah goes out to meet him. You must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. Hired, paid for, with mandrakes. So he lies with her that night, and God listens to Leah, and she conceives and bears Jacob a 5th son. Leah says, God has given me my wages because I gave my servant to my husband. So she calls his name Issachar, wages or reward. And Leah conceives again, and she bears Jacob a 6th son. Then Leah says, God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she calls his name Zebulun, honor. Afterwards she bears a daughter, and calls her name Dinah. Then God remembers Rachel, and God listens to her and opens her womb. Finally, after years of barrenness, after watching her sister bear 6 sons, after the servant surrogate solution, she conceives and bears a son, and she says, God has taken away my reproach. And she calls his name Joseph. May he add, saying, may the Lord add to me another son. Even in this moment of joy, she's asking for more. As soon as Rachel has borne Joseph, Jacob says to Laban, send me away, that I may go to my own home and country. Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, that I may go, for you know the service that I have given you. 14 years are up, time to go home. But Laban says, if I have found favor in your sight, I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. Name your wages, and I will give it. Jacob has made Laban rich. His flocks have multiplied. His household has prospered. And Laban doesn't want him to leave. Jacob says, you yourself know how I have served you, and how your livestock has fared with me. For you had little before I came, and it has increased abundantly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I turned. But now when shall I provide for my own household also? Laban says, what shall I give you? Jacob says, you shall not give me anything. If you will do this for me, I will again pasture your flock and keep it. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep and every black lamb, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and they shall be my wages, the spotted ones, the unusual ones, the minority. At first glance, it seems like Jacob is taking the worst of the deal. Laban says, good, let it be as you have said. But that very day, Laban removes the male goats that are striped and spotted, and all the female goats that are speckled and spotted, every one that has white on it, and every lamb that is black, and puts them in the charge of his sons. Laban cheats. He removes the animals before Jacob can claim them, sends them away with his sons, and he sets a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob. But Jacob is clever. He takes fresh sticks of poplar and almond and plane trees, peels white streaks in them, exposing the white of the sticks. He sets the sticks that he has peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs where they come to drink. And when the flocks breed in front of the sticks, the flocks bring forth striped, speckled, and spotted. It's selective breeding, genetic manipulation. Jacob is using visual stimulation, or maybe just careful observation of which animals naturally produce spotted offspring, to increase the spotted population. Jacob separates the lambs, sets the faces of the flocks toward the striped and all the black in the flock of Laban, and he puts his own droves apart, and does not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob would lay the sticks in the troughs before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the sticks. But for the feebler of the flock he would not lay them there. So the feebler would be Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man increases greatly, and has large flocks, female servants and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Jacob becomes wealthy, very wealthy. Now Jacob hears the sons of Laban saying, Jacob has taken all that was our father's, and from what was our father's, he has gained all this wealth. And Jacob sees that Laban does not regard him with favor as before. Then the Lord says to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. It's time, 20 years. Time to go home. So Jacob sends and calls Rachel and Leah into the field where his flock is, and he says to them, I see that your father does not regard me with favor as he did before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I have served your father with all my strength. Yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times. but God did not permit him to harm me. 10 times, Laban has changed the deal, moved the goalposts, adjusted the terms, over and over. Jacob continues, if he said, the spotted shall be your wages, then all the flock bore spotted. And if he said, the striped shall be your wages, then all the flock bore striped. Thus, God has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. Then Rachel and Leah answer him, is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? For he has sold us, and he has indeed devoured our money. All the wealth that God has taken away from our father belongs to us and to our children. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do. They're on Jacob's side. Their father sold them, used them. They're ready to leave. So Jacob arises, sets his sons and his wives on camels. He drives away all his livestock, all his property that he had gained, the livestock in his possession that he had acquired in Paddan Aram, to go to the land of Canaan to his father Isaac. Laban has gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel steals her father's household gods, small idols, teraphim. They represent family inheritance rights, ownership, authority. By taking them, Rachel is claiming something, or denying Laban something, or both. And Jacob tricks Laban the Aramean by not telling him that he intends to flee. He flees with all that he has. He arises and crosses the Euphrates and sets his face toward the hill country of Gilead. On the 3rd day, Laban is told that Jacob has fled. So he takes his kinsman with him and pursues him for 7 days and follows close after him into the hill country of Gilead. 7 days of hard riding, catching up, getting closer. But God comes to Laban the Aramean in a dream by night and says, be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. Don't threaten him, don't bless him, don't negotiate, just be careful. And Laban overtakes Jacob. Now Jacob has pitched his tent in the hill country, and Laban with his kinsman camps in the hill country of Gilead. And Laban says to Jacob, what have you done, that you have tricked me and driven away my daughters like captives of the sword? Why did you flee secretly and trick me, and did not tell me, so that I might have sent you away with mirth and songs, with tambourine and lyre? And why did you not permit me to kiss my sons and my daughters farewell? Now you have done foolishly. He's playing the victim, acting wounded. I would have thrown you a party. It is in my power to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. So he admits it. God told him to back off. And now you have gone away because you long greatly for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods? There it is, the real issue, the household gods. Jacob answers, because I was afraid, for I thought that you would take your daughters from me by force. Anyone with whom you find your gods shall not live. In the presence of our kinsmen, point out what I have that is yours, and take it. Jacob doesn't know that Rachel has stolen them. He's making a rash oath. Whoever has them will die. So Laban goes into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 female servants. But he does not find them. And he goes out of Leah's tent, and enters Rachel's. Now Rachel has taken the household gods, and put them in the camel's saddle, and sat on them. Laban feels all about the tent, but does not find them. And Rachel says to her father, let not my lord be angry that I cannot rise before you, for the way of women is upon me. She's claiming to be menstruating, which makes her ritually unclean, untouchable. It's a brilliant excuse, uncomfortable enough that Laban won't press. So he searches, but does not find the household gods. Then Jacob becomes angry, and upbraids Laban. All the frustration of 20 years comes pouring out. What is my offense? What is my sin, that you have hotly pursued me? For you have felt through all my goods. What have you found of all your household goods? Set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried, and I have not eaten the rams of your flocks. What was torn by wild beasts I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of it myself. From my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. There I was. By day the heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. Picture it. 20 years, the sun beating down in summer, the cold biting in winter, sleepless nights watching for predators, bearing the loss of every animal that went missing. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been on my side, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. God saw my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. Then Laban answers, the daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do this day for these my daughters, or for their children whom they have borne? He's still claiming ownership. It's all mine. But he knows he can't enforce it. Come now, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be a witness between you and me. So Jacob takes a stone, sets it up as a pillar, and Jacob says to his kinsmen, gather stones. And they take stones, make a heap, and they eat there by the heap. So Laban calls it Jegar-sahadutha. Jacob calls it Galid. Both mean heap of witness in different languages. Laban says, this heap is a witness between you and me today. Therefore he named it Galid and Mizpah. For he said, the Lord watch between you and me, when we are out of one another's sight. If you oppress my daughters, or if you take wives besides my daughters, although no one is with us, see, God is witness between you and me. Then Laban says, see this heap and the pillar, which I have set between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and you will not pass over this heap and this pillar to me to do harm. It's a non-aggression pact, a boundary marker. You stay on your side, I'll stay on mine. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob swears by the fear of his father Isaac. And Jacob offers a sacrifice in the hill country, calls his kinsmen to eat bread. They eat bread, spend the night in the hill country. Early in the morning, Laban arises, kisses his grandchildren and his daughters, blesses them. Then Laban departs, returns home. Jacob goes on his way, and the angels of God meet him. And when Jacob sees them, he says, this is God's camp. So he calls the name of that place Mahanaim. 2 camps. And Jacob sends messengers before him to Esau his brother in the land of Seir, the country of Edom, instructing them, thus you shall say to my lord Esau, thus says your servant Jacob, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed until now. I have oxen, donkeys, flocks, male servants, and female servants. I have sent to tell my lord, in order that I may find favor in your sight. He's being diplomatic, submissive. Your servant Jacob, my lord Esau. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother Esau, and he is coming to meet you, and there are 400 men with him. 400 men, that's an army. Then Jacob is greatly afraid and distressed. He divides the people who are with him, and the flocks and herds and camels, into 2 camps, thinking, If Esau comes to the one camp and attacks it, then the camp that is left will escape. And Jacob prays, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, Return to your country and to your kindred, that I may do you good. I am not worthy of the least of all the deeds of steadfast love and all the faithfulness that you have shown to your servant. For with only my staff I crossed this Jordan, and now I have become 2 camps. Please deliver me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, that he may come and attack me, the mothers with the children. But you said, I will surely do you good, and make your offspring as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. He's reminding God of his promises, holding him to his word. So Jacob spends that night there, and from what he has with him, he takes a present for his brother Esau, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milking camels and their calves, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. It's extravagant, over 500 animals, a massive gift. He divides them into separate droves, puts space between each drove, and instructs his servants, When Esau, my brother, meets you and asks you, To whom do you belong? Where are you going? And whose are these ahead of you? Then you shall say, They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a present sent to my lord Esau. And moreover, he is behind us. He instructs the second and the third and all who follow the droves. You shall say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and you shall say, Moreover, your servant Jacob is behind us. Wave after wave of gifts, each one softening Esau, hopefully, for he thinks, I may appease him with the present that goes ahead of me, and afterward I shall see his face. Perhaps he will accept me. So the present passes on ahead of him, and he himself stays that night in the camp. The same night he arises, takes his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 children, crosses the ford of the Jabbok. He takes them, sends them across the stream, sends over all his possessions, and Jacob is left alone, and a man wrestles with him until the breaking of the day. A man. That's all the text says. A man. They wrestle, grappling, straining, hour after hour in the darkness. When the man sees that he does not prevail against Jacob, he touches his hip socket. And Jacob's hip is put out of joint as he wrestles with him. A supernatural touch, a divine injury. Then he says, Let me go, for the day has broken. But Jacob says, I will not let you go unless you bless me. Even injured, even in pain, Jacob holds on, demands a blessing, and he says to him, What is your name? And he says, Jacob. Then he says, Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men, and have prevailed. Israel. He strives with God, or God strives. A new name, a new identity. Then Jacob asks, Please tell me your name. But he says, Why is it that you ask my name? And there he blesses him. So Jacob calls the name of the place Peniel, face of God, saying, For I have seen God face to face, and yet my life has been delivered. The sun rises upon him as he passes Peniel, limping because of his hip. And Jacob lifts up his eyes and looks, and behold, Esau is coming, and 400 men with him. So he divides the children among Leah and Rachel and the 2 female servants. He puts the servants with their children in front, then Leah with her children, and Rachel and Joseph last, the most loved in the back, the most protected. He himself goes on before them, bowing himself to the ground 7 times, until he comes near to his brother 7 times. Total submission, total humility. But Esau runs to meet him, embraces him, falls on his neck, kisses him, and they weep. No anger, no violence, no revenge, just reunion, forgiveness, brothers embracing after 20 years. And when Esau raises his eyes and sees the women and children, he says, "Who are these with you?" Jacob says, "The children whom God has graciously given your servant." Then the servants draw near, they and their children, and bow down. Leah likewise and her children draw near and bow down. And last, Joseph and Rachel draw near, and they bow down. Esau says, "What do you mean by all this company that I met?" Jacob says, "To find favor in the sight of my Lord." But Esau says, "I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." Jacob says, "No, please. If I have found favor in your sight, then accept my present from my hand. For I have seen your face, which is like seeing the face of God, and you have accepted me. Please accept my blessing that is brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough." Thus he urges him, and Esau takes it. Then Esau says, "Let us journey on our way, and I will go ahead of you." But Jacob says, "My Lord knows that the children are frail, and that the nursing flocks and the herds are a care to me. If they are driven hard for one day, all the flocks will die. Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant, and I will lead on slowly, at the pace of the livestock that are ahead of me, and at the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir." He's being cautious, keeping some distance, not entirely trusting yet. So Esau says, "Let me leave with you some of the people who are with me." But Jacob says, "What need is there? Let me find favor in the sight of my Lord." So Esau returns that day on his way to Seir. But Jacob journeys to Succoth, builds himself a house, makes booths for his livestock. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. Booths. And Jacob comes safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan. On his way from Paddan Aram, he camps before the city, and from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, he buys for 100 pieces of money the piece of land on which he has pitched his tent. More land. His second purchase of land in Canaan, after Abraham's burial cave. There he erects an altar, calls it El Elohe Israel, God, the God of Israel. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, goes out to see the women of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, sees her, he seizes her, lies with her, humbles her, rape, assault, violation. But then, and this is strange, his soul is drawn to Dinah. He loves her. He speaks tenderly to her. So Shechem speaks to his father Hamor, saying, "Get me this girl for my wife." Now Jacob hears that Shechem has defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons are with his livestock in the field. So Jacob holds his peace until they come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, goes out to Jacob to speak with him. The sons of Jacob come in from the field as soon as they hear of it, and the men are indignant and very angry, because he has done an outrageous thing in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing must not be done. But Hamor speaks with them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him to be his wife. Make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us. Take our daughters for yourselves. You shall dwell with us, and the land shall be open to you. Dwell and trade in it, and get property in it." Shechem also says to her father and to her brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me, I will give. Ask me for as great a bride price and gift as you will, and I will give whatever you say to me. Only give me the young woman to be my wife." The sons of Jacob answer Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he has defiled their sister Dinah. They say, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be a disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we agree with you, that you will become as we are by every male among you being circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to ourselves, and we will dwell with you and become one people. It sounds reasonable, a cultural requirement, a religious boundary, but it's a trap. Their words please Hamor and Hamor's son, Shechem, and the young man does not delay to do the thing, because he delights in Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son, Shechem, come to the gate of their city and speak to the men of their city. They persuade them, every male is circumcised. On the third day, when they are sore, 2 of the sons of Jacob, Simeon, and Levi, Dinah's brothers, take their swords, come against the city while it feels secure. Kill all the males. They kill Hamor and his son Shechem with the sword. Take Dinah out of Shechem's house. Go away. The sons of Jacob come upon the slain. Plunder the city, because they had defiled their sister. They seize their flocks and their herds and their donkeys, and whatever is in the city and in the field, all their wealth, all their little ones and their wives, all that is in the houses, they capture and plunder. Then Jacob says to Simeon and Levi, you have brought trouble on me by making me stink to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. My numbers are few, and if they gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household. He's worried about retaliation, about survival, not about justice. But they say, should he treat our sister like a prostitute? And that's where Jacob's story pauses, in the aftermath of violence, in the tension between justice and survival, in the complexity of a family that's broken and blessed all at once. Jacob settles in the land of Canaan, the land where his father sojourned. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, is shepherding the flock with his brothers. He's a helper with the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brings a bad report of them to their father. He's a tattletale, a snitch, 17 years old and running to daddy with stories about his brothers. This does not endear him to his siblings. Now Israel, that's Jacob's new name, loves Joseph more than any other of his sons, because he is the son of his old age. Joseph is Rachel's firstborn, the son of the wife Jacob actually loved. Born after years of barrenness, born after decades of waiting, and Jacob makes him a robe of many colors, or a long robe with sleeves. The Hebrew is ambiguous, but the point is, it's special, ornate, expensive, not a working garment, not something you wear to herd sheep or work in fields. It's a status symbol, a statement. This one is special. Think about the fabric. Fine. Probably wool, maybe linen, dyed with expensive pigments, purple from mollusks, red from insects, blue from plants. Each color costs money. Each thread represents favoritism. And when his brothers see that their father loves him more than all his brothers, they hate him. And they cannot speak peacefully to him. They can't even have a civil conversation, can't make small talk, can't be in the same room without tension crackling. Now Joseph has a dream, and when he tells it to his brothers, they hate him even more. He says to them, hear this dream that I have dreamed. Behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and stood upright, and behold, your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf. His brothers say, are you indeed to reign over us, or are you indeed to rule over us? So they hate him even more for his dreams and for his words. Joseph, bless him, has zero social awareness, zero tact, zero understanding of how this sounds. Hey guys, I had this dream where you all bowed down to me. Isn't that wild? Then he dreams another dream and tells it to his brothers. Behold, I have dreamed another dream. Behold, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to me. 11 stars, 11 brothers, plus the sun and moon, presumably Jacob and someone. Rachel's dead by now, so maybe Leah, or maybe it's just poetic imagery. But he tells his father as well as his brothers, and his father rebukes him. What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves to the ground before you? Even Jacob thinks this is too much, too arrogant, too presumptuous, and his brothers are jealous of him. But his father keeps the saying in mind. Now his brothers go to pasture their father's flock near Shechem. And Israel says to Joseph, Are not your brothers pasturing the flock at Shechem? Come, I will send you to them. Joseph says, Here I am. So Jacob says, Go now, see if it is well with your brothers and with the flock, and bring me word. So he sends him from the valley of Hebron. And Joseph comes to Shechem, where Dinah was assaulted, where Simeon and Levi massacred the men, a place with bad memories. A man finds Joseph wandering in the fields, and the man asks him, What are you seeking? Joseph says, I am seeking my brothers. Tell me, please, where they are pasturing the flock. And the man says, They have gone away, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. So Joseph goes after his brothers and finds them at Dothan. They see him from afar, and before he comes near to them, they conspire against him to kill him. They see the robe, that many-colored, long-sleeved favorite son robe, coming toward them across the field. And they say to one another, Here comes this dreamer. Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we will say that a fierce animal has devoured him, and we will see what will become of his dreams. Cold, calculated, premeditated murder. But Reuben hears it, and he rescues him out of their hands. Reuben, the oldest, the one who should have the birthright but lost it because he slept with his father's concubine, says, Let us not take his life. And Reuben says to them, Shed no blood. Throw him into this pit here in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand on him. He's planning to rescue Joseph later, to restore him to his father. So when Joseph comes to his brothers, they strip him of his robe, the robe of many colors that he is wearing. They tear it off, roughly, maybe rip it in the process, and they take him, throw him into a pit. The pit is empty. There is no water in it, just dirt, stone, darkness. Imagine being thrown into a hole, landing hard, the breath knocked out of you, looking up and seeing the circle of sky above, your brothers' faces looking down, and then they turn away. Then they sit down to eat. They sit down to eat. Their brother is in a pit, crying, begging, screaming probably, and they're having lunch. And they lift up their eyes and look, and behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites is coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing gum, balm, and myrrh, on their way to carry it down to Egypt. Ishmaelites, descendants of Ishmael, Abraham's other son, distant relatives technically. Then Judah says to his brothers, What profit is it if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our own flesh. It's pragmatic, mercenary. Why waste a perfectly good brother when we could make some money? And his brothers listen to him. Then Midianite traders pass by, and they draw Joseph up and lift him out of the pit, sell him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. 20 shekels, the price of a slave, about 8 ounces of silver. That's what Joseph is worth to his brothers. The Ishmaelites take Joseph to Egypt, When Reuben returns to the pit, he was away apparently, and sees that Joseph is not in the pit, he tears his clothes. He returns to his brothers. The boy is gone, and where shall I go? Then they take Joseph's robe, kill a goat, dip the robe in the blood, and they send the robe of many colors, bring it to their father. This we have found. Please identify whether it is your son's robe or not. And Jacob identifies it. It is my son's robe. A fierce animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces. Then Jacob tears his garments, puts sackcloth on his loins, mourns for his son many days. All his sons and all his daughters rise up to comfort him. But he refuses to be comforted. He says, "No, I shall go down to Sheol to my son, mourning." Thus his father weeps for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites have sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard. Joseph is in Egypt, a slave, in a foreign land where he doesn't speak the language, doesn't know the customs, doesn't know anyone. He's 17, alone, enslaved. The Lord is with Joseph, and he becomes a successful man. He is in the house of his Egyptian master, and his master sees that the Lord is with him, that the Lord makes all that he does succeed in his hands. So Joseph finds favor in his sight, serves him. Potiphar makes him overseer of his house, puts him in charge of all that he has. From the time that he makes him overseer in his house and over all that he has, the Lord blesses the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. The blessing of the Lord is on all that he has, in house and field. So Potiphar leaves all that he has in Joseph's charge. With Joseph there, he has no concern about anything but the food he eats. Complete trust, total delegation. Now Joseph is handsome in form and appearance, good-looking, well-built, the kind of person people notice. And after a time, his master's wife casts her eyes on Joseph. She says, "Lie with me." Not subtle, not gradual, just a direct proposition. But he refuses. "Behold, because of me, my master has no concern about anything in the house, and he has put everything that he has in my charge. He's not greater in this house than I am, nor has he kept back anything from me except you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" It's a moral stance, an ethical line. He won't betray Potiphar's trust, won't sin against God. And as she speaks to Joseph day after day, he does not listen to her, to lie beside her, or to be with her. Day after day, she's persistent, relentless. Imagine the tension, the awkwardness. She's his boss's wife. She has power, she has authority, and she wants him. But he keeps refusing. One day, when he goes into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house is there in the house, she catches him by his garment. She grabs him, physically. "Lie with me." But he leaves his garment in her hand, flees, gets out of the house. He runs, leaves his cloak behind. Better to lose the garment than lose his integrity. And as soon as she sees that he has left his garment in her hand and has fled out of the house, she calls to the men of her household. "See, he has brought among us a Hebrew to laugh at us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And as soon as he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried out, he left his garment beside me and fled, and got out of the house." She's lying, flipping the script, turning victim into perpetrator. Then she lays up his garment by her until his master comes home. Evidence. She keeps the cloak as proof. And she tells him the same story. "The Hebrew servant, whom you have brought among us, came in to me to laugh at me. But as soon as I lifted up my voice and cried, he left his garment beside me and fled out of the house." As soon as his master hears the words that his wife speaks to him, "This is the way your servant treated me. his anger is kindled, and Joseph's master takes him, puts him into the prison, the place where the king's prisoners are confined, and he is there in prison. Prison, Egyptian prison, stone walls, darkness, the smell of unwashed bodies and waste, the sound of chains and moans. Joseph has gone from favorite son to slave to trusted overseer to prisoner, all because he refused to compromise, all because he chose integrity. But the Lord is with Joseph, shows him steadfast love, gives him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison, and the keeper of the prison puts Joseph in charge of all the prisoners who are in the prison. Whatever is done there, he is the one who does it. Even in prison, Joseph rises. Even in the lowest place, he's given authority. The keeper of the prison pays no attention to anything that is in Joseph's charge, because the Lord is with him, and whatever he does, the Lord makes it succeed. After this, the cupbearer of the king of Egypt and his baker offend their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh is angry with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. He puts them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison where Joseph is confined. The captain of the guard charges Joseph with them, and he attends them. They continue for some time in custody, and one night they both dream, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who are confined in the prison, each his own dream, and each dream with its own interpretation. When Joseph comes to them in the morning, he sees that they are troubled, so he asks Pharaoh's officers who are with him in custody in his master's house, "Why are your faces downcast today?" They say, "We have had dreams, and there is no one to interpret them." And Joseph says, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Please tell them to me." So the chief cupbearer tells his dream to Joseph. "In my dream, there was a vine before me, and on the vine there were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand." Joseph says, "This is its interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your office, and you shall place Pharaoh's cup in his hand as formerly, when you were his cupbearer." Good news, restoration, return to favor. Then Joseph adds, "Only remember me when it is well with you, and please do me the kindness to mention me to Pharaoh, and so get me out of this house. For I was indeed stolen out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me into the pit." A plea, a request. Remember me. Help me. When the chief baker sees that the interpretation is favorable, he says to Joseph, "I also had a dream. There were 3 cake baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there were all sorts of baked food for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating it out of the basket on my head." Joseph answers, "This is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat the flesh from you." Bad news, death, execution. On the 3rd day, which is Pharaoh's birthday, he makes a feast for all his servants. He lifts up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. He restores the chief cupbearer to his position, and he places the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hangs the chief baker, as Joseph has interpreted to them. Yet the chief cupbearer does not remember Joseph. He forgets him. Joseph interpreted his dream correctly, saved him from anxiety, gave him hope, and the cupbearer forgets. Joseph stays in prison. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. 2 full years pass, 2 years of waiting, hoping. wondering if anyone remembers, if anyone cares. 2 years of the same stone walls, the same darkness, the same routine. Then Pharaoh dreams. He is standing by the Nile, and behold, there come up out of the Nile 7 cows, attractive and plump. They feed in the reed grass, and behold, 7 other cows, ugly and thin, come up out of the Nile after them, stand by the other cows on the bank of the Nile, and the ugly, thin cows eat up the 7 attractive, plump cows. And Pharaoh wakes. He falls asleep, dreams a second time. Behold, 7 ears of grain, plump and good, are growing on one stalk. And behold, after them sprout 7 ears, thin and blighted by the east wind. And the thin ears swallow up the 7 plump, full ears. And Pharaoh wakes, and behold, it is a dream. So in the morning his spirit is troubled. He sends, calls for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men. Pharaoh tells them his dreams, but there is none who can interpret them to Pharaoh. Then the chief cupbearer says to Pharaoh, I remember my offenses today. Finally he remembers. When Pharaoh was angry with his servants and put me and the chief baker in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, we dreamed on the same night, he and I, each having a dream with its own interpretation. A young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. When we told him, he interpreted our dreams to us, giving an interpretation to each man according to his dream. And as he interpreted to us, so it came about. I was restored to my office, and the baker was hanged. Then Pharaoh sends and calls Joseph. They quickly bring him out of the pit, the dungeon, the prison, the place he's been for years. And when he has shaved himself and changed his clothes, he comes in before Pharaoh, shaved. Egyptians are clean-shaven. Hebrews wear beards. Joseph shaves, adapts, presents himself appropriately for the culture. Change clothes. No longer prison rags. Something clean, something presentable. And Pharaoh says to Joseph, I have had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it. Joseph answers Pharaoh, It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer. It is not in me. Joseph deflects the credit, points to God, even here, even now, even after everything. Then Pharaoh tells Joseph his dreams, the cows, the grain, the consuming. Then Joseph says to Pharaoh, The dreams of Pharaoh are one. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dreams are one. The 7 lean and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blighted by the east wind are also 7 years of famine. It is as I told Pharaoh. God has shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do. There will come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt, but after them there will arise 7 years of famine, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. The famine will consume the land, and the plenty will be unknown in the land by reason of the famine that will follow, for it will be very severe. And the doubling of Pharaoh's dream means that the thing is fixed by God, and God will shortly bring it about. Then Joseph adds advice, unsolicited, bold. Now therefore let Pharaoh select a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh proceed to appoint overseers over the land, and take 1/5 of the produce of the land of Egypt during the 7 plentiful years. And let them gather all the food of these good years that are coming, and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh for food in the cities, and let them keep it. That food shall be a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine that are to occur in the land of Egypt, so that the land may not perish through the famine. It's brilliant, strategic, a complete economic plan delivered on the spot. This proposal pleases Pharaoh and all his servants. And Pharaoh says to his servants, "Can we find a man like this, in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh says to Joseph, "Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discerning and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only as regards the throne will I be greater than you." From prisoner to prime minister, in one conversation. And Pharaoh says to Joseph, "See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh takes his signet ring from his hand, puts it on Joseph's hand, the signet ring, the seal of authority, the power to make decisions, sign documents, execute orders. Pharaoh clothes him in garments of fine linen, puts a gold chain about his neck, fine linen, Egyptian wealth, Egyptian status, a gold chain, heavy, expensive, a symbol of authority, and Pharaoh makes him ride in his second chariot. The second chariot, right behind Pharaoh, the highest position in the land except for Pharaoh himself, and they call out before him, "Bow the knee." People bow to Joseph, the dreamer whose brothers mocked him for dreaming of people bowing. Thus Pharaoh sets him over all the land of Egypt. Moreover, Pharaoh says to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without your consent no one shall lift up hand or foot in all the land of Egypt." Total authority, complete power. And Pharaoh calls Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paneah, an Egyptian name, a new identity, integration into Egyptian culture, and he gives him in marriage Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, a wife, an Egyptian wife, from a priestly family, high status. So Joseph goes out over the land of Egypt. Joseph is 30 years old when he enters the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. 13 years since he was 17 and thrown into a pit. 13 years of slavery, false accusation, imprisonment, waiting. And Joseph goes out from the presence of Pharaoh, goes through all the land of Egypt. During the 7 plentiful years, the earth produces abundantly. Joseph gathers up all the food of these 7 years in the land of Egypt, stores up food in the cities. He stores up grain like the sand of the sea, very much, until he ceases to measure it, for it cannot be measured. Grain, everywhere, in every city. Massive storage facilities, silos, warehouses. Picture it. Carts coming in from the fields, day after day, year after year. Peasants hauling sacks. Scribes keeping records. Joseph overseeing it all. Before the year of famine comes, 2 sons are born to Joseph. Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bears them to him. Joseph calls the name of the firstborn Manasseh. "For," he says, "God has made me forget all my hardship and all my father's house." Manasseh, making to forget. A name that reveals what Joseph is trying to do. Forget. Move on. Leave the past behind. But you don't name your son forgetting unless you're still remembering. The name of the second he calls Ephraim. "For God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction." Ephraim. Fruitful. Even here, even in Egypt, even after everything. God has blessed him. The 7 years of plenty that occurred in the land of Egypt come to an end, and the 7 years of famine begin to come. As Joseph has said, "There is famine in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there is bread." When all the land of Egypt is famished, the people cry to Pharaoh for bread. Pharaoh says to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph. What he says to you, do." Total authority, complete trust. So when the famine has spread over all the land, Joseph opens all the storehouses, sells to the Egyptians, and the famine is severe in the land of Egypt. Moreover, All the earth comes to Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, because the famine is severe over all the earth. All the earth, Syria, Canaan, Arabia, everyone traveling to Egypt because Egypt has food. When Jacob learns that there is grain in Egypt, he says to his sons, "Why do you look at one another? They're starving, but they're just standing there, passive, paralyzed." And he says, "Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down and buy grain for us there, that we may live and not die." So 10 of Joseph's brothers go down to buy grain in Egypt. 10, not 11. But Jacob does not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with his brothers, for he fears that harm may happen to him. Benjamin, Rachel's other son, Joseph's full brother, the only remaining son of his favorite wife. Jacob has already lost Joseph. He's not risking Benjamin. Thus the sons of Israel come to buy among the others who come, for the famine is in the land of Canaan. Now Joseph is governor over the land. He is the one who sells to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers come, bow themselves before him with their faces to the ground. They bow to Joseph, just like the dream. Joseph sees his brothers, recognizes them, but he treats them like strangers, speaks roughly to them. He recognizes them immediately. 22 years have passed, but he knows them. They don't recognize him. He's 39 now, not 17. He's clean-shaven like an Egyptian, dressed in fine linen, speaking Egyptian, surrounded by the trappings of power. He's the last person they'd expect to see here. They think he's dead, or enslaved somewhere, not second in command of Egypt. "Where do you come from?" he says. They say, "From the land of Canaan, to buy food." And Joseph remembers the dreams that he dreamed of them. The sheaves bowing, the stars bowing. It's all coming true. And he says to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land." Spies. It's an accusation, a threat. The penalty for spying is death. They say, "No, my lord, your servants have come to buy food. We are all sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants have never been spies." He says, "No, it is the nakedness of the land that you have come to see." And they say, "We, your servants, are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is no more." One is no more. That's how they describe Joseph. Gone, dead, erased. But Joseph says, "It is as I said to you. You are spies. By this you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go from this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother, while you remain confined, that your words may be tested, whether there is truth in you. Or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies." And he puts them all together in custody for 3 days, in Egyptian prison. The same kind of prison Joseph spent years in, 3 days to think, to worry, to feel the weight of their situation. On the 3rd day, Joseph says to them, "Do this and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers remain confined where you are in custody, and let the rest go and carry grain for the famine of your households, and bring your youngest brother to me. So your words will be verified, and you shall not die. One stays, the rest go, and bring Benjamin." And they agree to do so. Then they say to one another, "In truth, we are guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us, and we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." Finally they're talking about it, admitting guilt, acknowledging what they did. And Reuben answers them, "Did I not tell you not to sin against the boy? But you did not listen. So now there comes a reckoning for his blood." Reuben, who tried to save Joseph, who came back to the pit and found it empty, who's carried that guilt for 22 years. They do not know that Joseph understands them, for there is an interpreter between them. Joseph has been speaking through a translator, pretending not to understand Hebrew, but he understands every word. Then Joseph turns away from them, weeps. He can't hold it together. The emotions overwhelm him. He has to leave, turn away, let the tears fall. But he returns to them, speaks to them, and he takes Simeon from them, binds him before their eyes. Simeon, the second oldest. Or maybe he's the ringleader. Maybe he was the most violent toward Joseph. The text doesn't say. But Joseph chooses him, and Joseph gives orders to fill their bags with grain. Replace every man's money in his sack. Give them provisions for the journey. He's giving them food, and secretly returning their payment. This is done for them. Then they load their donkeys with their grain. Depart. And as one of them opens his sack to give his donkey fodder at the lodging place, he sees his money in the mouth of his sack. He says to his brothers, "My money has been put back. Here it is in the mouth of my sack." At this their hearts fail them, and they turn trembling to one another, saying, "What is this that God has done to us?" They're terrified. This looks like theft, like they're being set up. When they come to Jacob, their father, in the land of Canaan, they tell him all that has happened to them. The man, the Lord of the land, spoke roughly to us and took us to be spies of the land. But we said to him, "We are honest men. We have never been spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan." Then the man, the Lord of the land, said to us, "By this I shall know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me, and take grain for the famine of your households, and go your way. Bring your youngest brother to me. Then I shall know that you are not spies, but honest men, and I will deliver your brother to you, and you shall trade in the land." As they empty their sacks, behold, every man's bundle of money is in his sack, all of them, every single one. And when they and their father see their bundles of money, they are afraid. And Jacob, their father, says to them, "You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin. All this has come against me." Jacob is spiraling, losing hope, feeling like everything is falling apart. Then Reuben says to his father, "Kill my 2 sons if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I will bring him back to you." It's a desperate offer, poorly thought out. Kill my sons? Really, Reuben? But Jacob says, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm should happen to him on the journey that you are to make, you would bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to Sheol." Benjamin isn't going anywhere. Now the famine is severe in the land, and when they have eaten the grain that they brought from Egypt, their father says to them, "Go again, buy us a little food." But Judah says, "The man solemnly warned us, saying, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, You shall not see my face, unless your brother is with you.' No Benjamin, no grain. It's that simple." Israel says, "Why did you treat me so badly as to tell the man that you had another brother?" They say, "The man questioned us carefully about ourselves and our kindred, saying, 'Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?' What we told him was in answer to these questions. Could we in any way know that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" And Judah says to Israel his father, "Send the boy with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die. both we and you and also our little ones. I will be a pledge of his safety. From my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. If we had not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice by now. Judah, the one who suggested selling Joseph, now offering himself as surety for Benjamin. Then their father Israel says to them, "If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the choice fruits of the land in your bags and carry a present down to the man, a little balm and a little honey, gum, myrrh, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Take double the money with you. Carry back with you the money that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again to the man. May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, and may he send back your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved." So the men take this present, and they take double the money with them, and Benjamin. They arise and go down to Egypt and stand before Joseph. When Joseph sees Benjamin with them, he says to the steward of his house, "Bring the men into the house, and slaughter an animal, and make ready, for the men are to dine with me at noon." A feast. He's inviting them in, preparing a meal. The man does as Joseph tells him, brings the men to Joseph's house, and the men are afraid because they are brought to Joseph's house. They think, "It is because of the money which was replaced in our sacks the first time that we are brought in, so that he may assault us and fall upon us to make us servants and seize our donkeys." They're panicking, assuming the worst. So they go up to the steward of Joseph's house, speak with him at the door of the house. "Oh, my lord, we came down the first time to buy food, and when we came to the lodging place we opened our sacks, and there was each man's money in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. So we have brought it again with us, and we have brought other money down with us to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks." The steward says, "Peace to you, do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has put treasure in your sacks for you. I received your money." Then he brings Simeon out to them. Simeon, freed, returned. And when the man brings the men into Joseph's house and gives them water, and they wash their feet, and when he gives their donkeys fodder, they prepare the present for Joseph's coming at noon, for they hear that they shall eat bread there. When Joseph comes home, they bring into the house to him the present that they have with them, bow down to him to the ground, again, bowing. The dream keeps coming true, and he inquires about their welfare. "Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" They say, "Your servant, our father, is well. He is still alive." And they bow their heads and prostrate themselves. And Joseph lifts up his eyes, sees his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, his full brother, Rachel's other son, the only one who shares his mother, and he says, "Is this your youngest brother, of whom you spoke to me? God be gracious to you, my son." Then Joseph hurries out, for his compassion grows warm for his brother. He seeks a place to weep. He enters his chamber, weeps there. Again, he has to leave, has to hide his tears. The emotion is too much. Then he washes his face, comes out, and controlling himself, he says, "Serve the food." They serve him by himself, and them by themselves, and the Egyptians who eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians could not eat with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. Cultural separation, social hierarchy. Joseph sits alone, and they sit before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. They're seated in birth order, exact birth order, and the men look at one another in amazement. How does he know? How could he possibly know their ages, their order? Portions are taken to them from Joseph's table, but Benjamin's portion is 5 times as much as any of theirs. 5 times. Conspicuously more, deliberately unequal. Is Joseph testing them, seeing if they'll resent Benjamin the way they resented him? So they drink and are merry with him. Then Joseph commands the steward of his house, "Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, with his money for the grain." And he does as Joseph tells him. As soon as the morning is light, the men are sent away with their donkeys. They have gone only a short distance from the city. And Joseph says to his steward, "Up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid evil for good? Is it not from this that my Lord drinks, and by this that he practices divination? You have done evil in doing this.' When the steward overtakes them, he speaks to them these words. They say, 'Why does my Lord speak such words as these? Far be it from your servants to do such a thing. Behold, the money that we found in the mouths of our sacks we brought back to you from the land of Canaan. How then could we steal silver or gold from your Lord's house? Whichever of your servants is found with it shall die, and we also will be my Lord's servants.' They're so confident, so sure of their innocence. He says, 'Let it be as you say. He who is found with it shall be my servant, and the rest of you shall be innocent.' Then each man quickly lowers his sack to the ground, opens his sack, and the steward searches, beginning with the eldest and ending with the youngest. He goes through them one by one: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Relief with each open sack. See, we didn't. And the cup is found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tear their clothes. The same gesture their father made when he thought Joseph was dead. Every man loads his donkey, and they return to the city. Judah and his brothers come to Joseph's house. He is still there. They fall before him to the ground. Joseph says to them, "What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that a man like me can indeed practice divination?" And Judah says, "What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how can we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he, also in whose hand the cup has been found." Judah is taking responsibility for all of them, including Benjamin. But Joseph says, "Far be it from me that I should do so. Only the man in whose hand the cup was found shall be my servant. But as for you, go up in peace to your father." Benjamin stays, the rest go. Then Judah steps near to him, and this is where everything changes. Judah says, "O my Lord, please let your servant speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are like Pharaoh himself. My Lord asked his servants, saying, 'Have you a father or a brother?' And we said to my Lord, 'We have a father, an old man, and a young brother, the child of his old age. His brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him.' Then you said to your servants, 'Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him.' We said to my Lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die.' Then you said to your servants, 'Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall not see my face again.' When we went back to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And when our father said, 'Go again, buy us a little food,' we said, 'We cannot go down. If our youngest brother goes with us, then we will go down, for we cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us.' Then your servant, my father, said to us, You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One left me, and I said, surely he has been torn to pieces, and I have never seen him since. If you take this one also from me, and harm happens to him, you will bring down my grey hairs in evil to Sheol." Judah is retelling the whole story, laying it all out, the pain, the fear, the father's love. "Now therefore, as soon as I come to your servant my father, and the boy is not with us then, as his life is bound up in the boy's life, as soon as he sees that the boy is not with us, he will die, and your servants will bring down the grey hairs of your servant, our father, with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became a pledge of safety for the boy to my father. If I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the blame before my father all my life." And then Judah says the words that break Joseph. "Now therefore, please, let your servant remain instead of the boy, as a servant to my lord, and let the boy go back with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? I fear to see the evil that would find my father. Take me instead, Judah, the one who sold Joseph into slavery, offering himself as a slave in Benjamin's place. It's the opposite of what they did 22 years ago. Complete reversal, total transformation. Then Joseph can no longer control himself before all those who stand by him. He cries out, 'Make everyone go out from me.' So no one stays with him when Joseph makes himself known to his brothers. He sends everyone out, all the Egyptian servants, all the officials, all the attendants, just him and his brothers, alone. And he weeps aloud, not quietly, not delicate tears rolling down his cheeks. He weeps aloud, sobbing, uncontrolled, years of emotion pouring out, so loudly that the Egyptians hear it, and the household of Pharaoh hears it. And Joseph says to his brothers, 'I am Joseph.' 3 words, that's all it takes. 'I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?' But his brothers cannot answer him, for they are dismayed at his presence, dismayed, terrified, frozen, in shock. The Egyptian official they've been negotiating with, the powerful man who's been testing them, trapping them, he's Joseph, their brother, the one they sold, the one they thought was dead, the one whose blood is on their hands. So Joseph says to his brothers, 'Come near to me, please.' They come near. And he says, 'I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt.' He says it plainly, directly, no euphemisms. 'You sold me. And now do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life.'" He's reframing it, not denying what they did, but seeing God's hand in it. For the famine has been in the land these 2 years, and there are yet 5 years in which there will be neither ploughing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to keep alive for you many survivors. So it was not you who sent me here, but God. He has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house and ruler over all the land of Egypt. Not you, God. It's grace, undeserved, incomprehensible grace. Hurry and go up to my father and say to him, 'Thus says your son Joseph, God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, do not tarry. You shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, your herds, and all that you have. There I will provide for you, for there are yet 5 years of famine to come, so that you and your household, and all that you have, do not come to poverty." He's inviting them, providing for them, promising care. "And now your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. You must tell my father of all my honor in Egypt, and of all that you have seen. Hurry and bring my father down here." Then he falls upon his brother Benjamin's neck and weeps, and Benjamin weeps upon his neck. Brothers, full brothers, Rachel's sons, finally reunited, and he kisses all his brothers and weeps upon them, one by one, embracing them, crying. After that, his brothers talk with him. Finally they can speak. When the report is heard in Pharaoh's house, Joseph's brothers have come. It pleases Pharaoh and his servants. And Pharaoh says to Joseph, "Say to your brothers, do this, load your beasts and go back to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the fat of the land." And you, Joseph, are commanded to say, "Do this, take wagons from the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Have no concern for your goods, for the best of all the land of Egypt is yours." Pharaoh himself is extending the invitation, the blessing, the provision. The sons of Israel do so, and Joseph gives them wagons, according to the command of Pharaoh, and he gives them provisions for the journey. To each and all of them he gives a change of clothes. But to Benjamin he gives 300 shekels of silver and 5 changes of clothes, 300 shekels, 5 outfits. Benjamin gets more. Again. But this time, no resentment, no jealousy. To his father he sends as follows: 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain, bread, and provision for his father on the journey. Then he sends his brothers away, and as they depart he says to them, "Do not quarrel on the way." A gentle warning, a knowing reminder. These brothers have a history, so they go up out of Egypt, come to the land of Canaan to their father Jacob, and they tell him, Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt, and his heart becomes numb. For he does not believe them, numb, not joy, not relief, just shock, numbness. It's too much, too impossible. But when they tell him all the words of Joseph, which he has said to them, and when he sees the wagons that Joseph has sent to carry him, the spirit of their father Jacob revives. The wagons, physical proof, tangible evidence. And Israel says, "It is enough. Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." So Israel takes his journey with all that he has, comes to Beersheba, offers sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God speaks to Israel in visions of the night. "Jacob, Jacob." And he says, "Here I am." Then God says, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for there I will make you into a great nation. I myself will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also bring you up again, and Joseph's hand shall close your eyes." A promise and a prophecy. Jacob will die in Egypt, but his body will return to Canaan, and Joseph will be there at the end. Then Jacob sets out from Beersheba. The sons of Israel carry Jacob their father, their little ones, and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh has sent to carry him. They also take their livestock and their goods, which they have gained in the land of Canaan, and come into Egypt, Jacob and all his offspring with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters. All his offspring he brings with him into Egypt. The text lists them all, every name, every family line. Reuben and his sons, Simeon and his sons, Levi and his sons, Judah and his sons, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher, the sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. Dinah is mentioned, the only daughter named. All the persons of the house of Jacob who came into Egypt are 70 people. That's the size of the family moving to Egypt. Remember that number. It matters later. Jacob sends Judah ahead of him to Joseph to show the way before him in Goshen, and they come into the land of Goshen. Then Joseph prepares his chariot, goes up to meet Israel his father in Goshen. He presents himself to him, falls on his neck, weeps on his neck a good while, not a quick hug, not a brief moment, a long, sustained weeping, clinging to his father. Israel says to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face and know that you are still alive." Joseph says to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and will say to him, 'My brothers and my father's household, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me, and the men are shepherds, for they have been keepers of livestock, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. When Pharaoh calls you and says, "What is your occupation?" you shall say, "Your servants have been keepers of livestock from our youth even until now, both we and our fathers, in order that you may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians." Shepherds are looked down on in Egypt, considered unclean, low class, but that works in their favor. It means they'll be left alone in Goshen, separate, able to maintain their identity. So Joseph goes in, tells Pharaoh, "My father and my brothers, with their flocks and herds and all that they possess, have come from the land of Canaan. They are now in the land of Goshen." And from among his brothers he takes 5 men, presents them to Pharaoh. Pharaoh says to his brothers, "What is your occupation?" And they say to Pharaoh, "Your servants are shepherds, as our fathers were." They say to Pharaoh, "We have come to sojourn in the land, for there is no pasture for your servants' flocks, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. And now please let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen." Then Pharaoh says to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land. Let them settle in the land of Goshen, and if you know any able men among them, put them in charge of my livestock." Then Joseph brings in Jacob his father, sets him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blesses Pharaoh. Jacob, homeless, displaced, dependent, blesses Pharaoh, the most powerful man in the world. And Pharaoh says to Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" And Jacob says to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my sojourning are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their sojourning. Few and evil," that's how Jacob describes his life, 130 years, and he calls them few and evil. And Jacob blesses Pharaoh, goes out from the presence of Pharaoh. Then Joseph settles his father and his brothers, gives them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh has commanded. And Joseph provides his father, his brothers, and all his father's household with food, according to the number of their dependents. The famine continues. It grows worse. Now there is no food in all the land, for the famine is very severe. The land of Egypt and the land of Canaan languish by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathers up all the money that is found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, in exchange for the grain that they buy. And Joseph brings the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money is all spent in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians come to Joseph and say, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? For our money is gone." And Joseph answers, "Give your livestock, and I will give you food in exchange for your livestock, if your money is gone." So they bring their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gives them food in exchange for the horses, the flocks, the herds, and the donkeys. He provides them with food in exchange for all their livestock that year. And when that year is ended, they come to him the following year and say, We will not hide from my lord that our money is all spent. The herds of livestock are my lord's. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord but our bodies and our land. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for food, and we with our land will be servants to Pharaoh. And give us seed that we may live and not die, and that the land may not be desolate. So Joseph buys all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for all the Egyptians sell their fields, because the famine is severe on them. The land becomes Pharaoh's. As for the people, he makes servants of them from one end of Egypt to the other. Only the land of the priests he does not buy, for the priests have a fixed allowance from Pharaoh and live on the allowance that Pharaoh gives them. Therefore, they do not sell their land. Then Joseph says to the people, Behold, I have this day bought you and your land for Pharaoh. Now here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land. And at the harvests you shall give a fifth to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be your own, as seed for the field, and as food for yourselves and your households, and as food for your little ones. And they say, You have saved our lives. May it please my Lord, we will be servants to Pharaoh. So Joseph makes it a statute concerning the land of Egypt, and it stands to this day, that Pharaoh should have the fifth. The land of the priests alone did not become Pharaoh's. Thus Israel settles in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they gain possessions in it, are fruitful, multiply greatly. And Jacob lives in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the days of Jacob, the years of his life, are 147 years. And when the time draws near that Israel must die, he calls his son Joseph and says to him, If now I have found favor in your sight, put your hand under my thigh and promise to deal kindly and truly with me. Do not bury me in Egypt, but let me lie with my fathers. Carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burying place. He answers, I will do as you have said. And he says, Swear to me. And Joseph swears to him. Then Israel bows himself upon the head of his bed. After this, Joseph is told, Behold, your father is ill. So he takes with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And it is told to Jacob, Your son Joseph has come to you. Then Israel summons his strength, sits up in bed. And Jacob says to Joseph, God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make of you a company of peoples, and will give this land to your offspring after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, who were born to you in the land of Egypt before I came to you in Egypt, are mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, as Reuben and Simeon are. He's adopting them. Joseph's sons become Jacob's sons. They'll be counted among the tribes of Israel. When Israel sees Joseph's sons, he says, Who are these? Joseph says to his father, They are my sons whom God has given me here. And he says, Bring them to me, please, that I may bless them. Now the eyes of Israel are dim with age, so that he cannot see. So Joseph brings them near him, and he kisses them and embraces them. And Israel says to Joseph, I never expected to see your face, and behold, God has let me see your offspring also. Then Joseph removes them from his knees, bows himself with his face to the earth, and Joseph takes them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, brings them near him, and Israel stretches out his right hand and lays it on the head of Ephraim, who is the younger, and his left hand on the head of Manasseh, crossing his hands, for Manasseh is the firstborn. He's reversing them, blessing the younger with the stronger blessing. It's the pattern. Again, Isaac over Ishmael, Jacob over Esau, Ephraim over Manasseh, the younger blessed over the older, and he blesses Joseph and says, "The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life long to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the boys, and in them let my name be carried on, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth." When Joseph sees that his father lays his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it displeases him, and he takes his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph says to his father, "Not this way, my father, since this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refuses. "I know, my son, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. Nevertheless, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his offspring shall become a multitude of nations." So he blesses them that day, saying, "By you Israel will pronounce blessings, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh." Thus he puts Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel says to Joseph, "Behold, I am about to die, but God will be with you and will bring you again to the land of your fathers." Then Jacob calls his sons, all 12 of them, gathered around his bed, and says, "Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you what shall happen to you in days to come." And he blesses them, each one with a specific blessing, some harsher than others. "Reuben, the firstborn, unstable as water, you shall not have preeminence, because you went up to your father's bed." A reference to his sin with Bilhah. It costs him the birthright. "Simeon and Levi, cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. For the massacre at Shechem, for their violence. But Judah, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples." Judah gets the leadership, the royal line, the messianic promise. And Joseph is a fruitful bough by a spring. His branches run over the wall. The archers bitterly attacked him, shot at him, and harassed him severely, yet his bow remained unmoved. His arms were made agile by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. Blessed, highly blessed, but not the ruling tribe. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. This is what their father said to them as he blessed them, blessing each with the blessing suitable to him. Then he commands them, "I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field at Machpelah, to the east of Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron the Hittite to possess as a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave that is in it were bought from the Hittites." When Jacob finishes commanding his sons, he draws up his feet into the bed, breathes his last, and is gathered to his people. Then Joseph falls on his father's face, weeps over him, kisses him, and Joseph commands his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. So the physicians embalm Israel. 40 days are required for it, for that is how many are required for embalming. And the Egyptians weep for him 70 days. And when the days of weeping for him are past, Joseph speaks to the household of Pharaoh, saying, "If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, I am about to die. In my tomb that I hewed out for myself in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. Now therefore, let me please go up and bury my father, then I will return." And Pharaoh answers, "Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear." So Joseph goes up to bury his father. With him go up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his household, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, as well as all the household of Joseph, his brothers, and his father's household. It's a massive procession, Egyptians and Hebrews together. Mourning. They come to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, and there they hold a very great and grievous lamentation. And Joseph makes a mourning for his father 7 days. When the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, see the mourning on the threshing floor of Atad, they say, "This is a grievous mourning by the Egyptians." Then his sons do for him as he has commanded them. For his sons carry him to the land of Canaan and bury him in the cave of the field at Machpelah, to the east of Mamre, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron the Hittite to possess as a burying place. After he has buried his father, Joseph returns to Egypt with his brothers and all who have gone up with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers see that their father is dead, they say, "It may be that Joseph will hate us and pay us back for all the evil that we did to him." The fear returns. With Jacob gone, maybe Joseph's grace will end. So they send a message to Joseph saying, "Your father gave this command before he died. Say to Joseph, 'Please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, because they did evil to you. And now please forgive the transgression of the servants of the God of your father.'" Joseph weeps when they speak to him. His brothers also come and fall down before him. "Behold, we are your servants." But Joseph says to them, "Do not fear, for am I in the place of God? As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today. So do not fear, I will provide for you and your little ones." Thus he comforts them and speaks kindly to them. So Joseph remains in Egypt, he and his father's house, and Joseph lives 110 years. Joseph sees Ephraim's children of the 3rd generation. The children also of Mashir the son of Manasseh are counted as Joseph's own. And Joseph says to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will visit you and bring you up out of this land to the land that he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." Then Joseph makes the sons of Israel swear, saying, "God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here." So Joseph dies, being 110 years old. They embalm him, put him in a coffin in Egypt, and that's where Genesis ends. Not in the Promised Land, in Egypt, in a coffin, waiting for the promise to be fulfilled, waiting for the Exodus, waiting for the return. The story that began with creation, light and darkness, land and sea, humanity made in God's image, ends with a body in a coffin in Egypt. But it's not the end. It's a pause, a breath, a waiting. Because God's promises don't fail. They're just sometimes slower than we'd like. Joseph believed that. Even at the end, God will surely visit you. And he did. 400 years later, through Moses, through the plagues, through the Red Sea. But that's another story. For now, we rest here, in the echo of Joseph's faith, in the memory of a family that was broken and redeemed, in the quiet certainty that God is working, even when we can't see it, even when we're in Egypt, even when we're in a coffin. The promise endures, and so we sleep, knowing that the story continues, that God remembers, that nothing is wasted, not even the pit, not even the prison, not even the pain.